2024 fight. BJP missile hits opposition ranks. Pawars dynasty split wide open. Latest in series of opposition wounds. BJP adds to opposition's list of woes. In the wake of India Today's news break, the big opposition report card. Top focus on 5 Live.
नमस्कार. आजच्या या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काल राज्याच्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये माननीय अजितदादा पवार यांच्या नेतृत्वात आम्ही सामील झालो आणि कालच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची जी आमची अधिकृत भूमिका आहे हे माननीय अजितदादांनी आणि माननीय छगन भुजबळ साहेबांनी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर प्रस्तुत केली होती. त्या अनुषंगाने राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे काही संघटनात्मक धोरणाच्या बद्दल आम्हाला आपल्या सर्वांना सूचना करायची होती. आपल्या माध्यमातून राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना, पदाधिकाऱ्यांना आणि राज्याच्या जनतेला हे आम्ही सूचित करू इच्छितो.
We want to tell the people.
काल पहिला आमचा जो काम होता ते झाल्यावर आता संघटनात्मक दृष्टीनं आम्ही
From the organizational perspective,
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये नियुक्त्या करायची आम्ही सुरुवात केली आहे.
we started making appointments.
मागच्या दिल्लीच्या 21 जूनच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये
In the 21st June
पक्षाने
program of the party,
अधिकृत रीतीनं आणि पक्षाने अधिकृत रीतीनं मला राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्षांची जबाबदारी दिली होती.
I was appointed working president of the party, and before that,
सप्टेंबर 2022 मध्ये
in September 2022,
जेव्हा पक्षाच्या राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन दिल्लीमध्ये पार पडला होता, त्या अधिवेशनाच्या नंतर
in the party national executive, after that was over,
पक्षाच्या वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंटच्या आधी मी पक्षाच्या व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट म्हणून नियुक्त झालो होतो.
I had been appointed as vice president of the party.
जे संघटनात्मक जे काही नियुक्ती होती ती माझ्या माध्यमातून माझ्या हस्ताक्षरांनी मी जाहीर केली होती.
Organizational appointments were made by me.
माननीय जयंत पाटील यांची आम्ही नियुक्ती केली होती.
We had appointed Jayant Patil as the president of the NCP.
नव्हते तरी देखील एक तत्काळ म्हणून काही व्यवस्था असावी त्या हिशोबाने आम्ही जयंत पाटलांना एक या महाराष्ट्र प्रदेशच्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची जबाबदारी
until elections were over, so that there is an interim arrangement, we made him state president.
च्या पार्श्वभूमीमध्ये मी आज जयंत पाटलांना अधिकृतरीत्या कळवलेलं आहे की त्यांच्या आता हे जबाबदारीतून आम्ही त्यांना मुक्त करतो.
We are relieving him of his duty today.
जागेवर
And in his place,
मी माननीय श्री सुनील तटकरे यांना
we are
महाराष्ट्र
appointing
प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्ष म्हणून नियुक्त करत आहोत.
Sunil Tatkare as NCP state president, Maharashtra state president.
आपल्या सर्वांना मी करू इच्छितो.
This was what I wanted to convey to you all.
मी कारभार पक्षाच्या तत्काळ आत्ताच त्यांनी स्वीकारावं आणि कामाला लागावं अशी पण आम्ही
Sunil Tatkare is to take the position effective immediately and get down to doing his job.
जे काही कार्य जे करत आहे, जे जबाबदारी पार पाडत आहे आतापर्यंत त्यांनी सगळ्या म्हणजे ते हँडओव्हरची प्रक्रिया माननीय सुनील तटकरे यांना करावी अशी आम्ही त्यांना अधिकृत सूचना केली आहे.
We have officially communicated that the handover should be done to Sunil Tatkare.
मग एक बदल झाल्यानंतर महाराष्ट्र राज्यामध्ये जे जे काही संघटनात्मक धोरणाची जे काही आणखीन बदल करायचे आहेत, नियुक्त्या करायची आहे,
After this, any further organizational changes,
माननीय सुनील तटकरे यांना पूर्णपणे अधिकार राहील की ते
Sunil Tatkare will have the full right to do it.
त्यांची बॉडी म्हणा किंवा जे आमचे बाकीचे महिला अध्यक्ष असो, युथचे अध्यक्ष असो, बाकीचे जे आणि बाकीचे सेल वगैरे त्यांची नियुक्ती आता अधिकृतपणे
all of these appointments officially Sunil Tatkare will make.
हे आमच्या पक्षाच्या धोरणाप्रमाणे हे आम्ही ठरवलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून
This is what we've decided.
मी एवढाच म्हणेल. आणखीन एक गोष्ट मी सांगू इच्छितो की बऱ्याच हे काही मेसेजेस फिरत आहे.
Many messages are under circulation.
इथे निवडणूक आयोगाकडे काही शिफारस केली आहे, कुठे विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षाकडे काही शिफारस केली आहे की अमुक अमुक लोकांना.
That some communication is made to being made to the election commission, to the Lok Sabha, to the assembly speaker.
स्तरावर सुद्धा अशाच काही कारवाईसाठी काही पत्र ते आम्हाला आताच काही बघायला मिळाले. माझ्या मत आहे की कुठल्याही व्यक्तीच्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनची किंवा सस्पेन्शनची प्रक्रिया हे काही पक्षद्वारा होऊ शकत नाही आणि सोबत निवडणूक आयोगाकडे पण याचा अधिकार नाही. तो अधिकार आणि त्याची लांब एक प्रक्रिया प्रोसेस केल्याशिवाय या कुठलाही असा निर्णय किंवा कुठल्याही त्यांच्या सूचनाचा अंमल होऊ शकत नाही. आणि म्हणून पक्षाच्या कार्यकारी म्हणून मी आपल्या सर्वांच्या समोर प्रस्तुत करत आहे. आता यापुढची बाकीची काही सूचना आहे मी माननीय अजितदादांना मी सूचित करू इच्छितो. आणखीन एक सूचना आम्ही केली आहे जे माननीय अजितदादा पवार यांना आमदारांनी पक्षाच्या विधिमंडळाच्या नेता म्हणून नियुक्त केला आहे आणि
MLAs have elected Ajit Pawar as the leader of the legislature party.
अजितदादा पवार अधिकृतपणे पक्षाच्या वतीनं या विधिमंडळाचे नेत्याची जबाबदारी सांभाळतील.
And Ajit Pawar will take on that responsibility effective immediately.
महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षांना केली आहे पक्ष म्हणून, कारण प्रतोद जे असतो त्याची नियुक्ती पक्ष करत असते. तर माझ्या सूचनाप्रमाणे आम्ही माननीय अनिल भाईदास पाटील जे आमचे होते त्यांना कंटिन्यू करण्याची आणि या जबाबदारीवर कायम राहण्याची माझ्या पत्राद्वारे मी महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षाला कळवलेला आहे आणि म्हणून संघटनात्मक बाबतीत जे काही आता आवश्यक जे काही सूचना करायची होती, जे काही नियुक्त्या करायची होती, ते आम्ही अधिकृतपणे पार पाडलेली आहे. कारण येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये थोड्या दिवसानंतर महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या सत्र सुद्धा होणार आहे आणि त्याच्या अगोदर हे सगळे अधिकृत नियुक्त्या होण्याची गरज होती आणि म्हणून हे सूचना सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना मी करत आहे. या पुढची जे काही
all of these appointments had to be made before the monsoon session of the assembly and hence we are conveying the same.
आपल्या सर्वांना संबोधन एक होऊ द्या ना, हे महत्वाचे हिंदी पाहिजे. राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के स्थापना दिवस के निमित्त 21 जून 2023 को मुझे हमारे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष नियुक्त किया गया और उसी के तहत मैं मेरी जिम्मेदारी पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते निभा रहा हूं. इसके पूर्व सितंबर 2022 में पार्टी का नेशनल एक अधिवेशन हुआ था. उस अधिवेशन में के बाद पहली बार राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के उपाध्यक्ष के नाते, क्योंकि ये पोस्ट पहले नहीं थी, मुझे नियुक्त किया गया था और उस अधिकार के अंतर्गत मैंने कई हमारे संगठनात्मक जो नियुक्तियां थी वो करने का काम किया था. खास करके क्योंकि हमारे महाराष्ट्र में और अनेक राज्यों में, बल्कि हर राज्य में जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आधार पर जो चुनाव पार्टी के होने चाहिए, वो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में है, हमारे रूल्स में है कि पार्टी के चुनाव हर कुछ समय 3 साल के मर्यादा में ये होने चाहिए. और क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ चुनाव हुए नहीं थे तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी. उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहाँ पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूँ. साथ साथ में श्री सुनील तटकरे जी अभी इसमें आगे के भी जो पार्टी के जो संगठनात्मक जो नियुक्तियां हैं, चेंजेस है, वो कर सकते हैं और इसी के तहत वो महिला की अध्यक्षा हो, चाहे यूथ के हो या अनेक जो हमारे जो संगठनात्मक जो घटक है, और साथ साथ में जो हमारी जो और सेल और बाकी इकाइयां हैं उसकी महाराष्ट्र में वो उस प्रकार की नियुक्ति करेंगे. इसके पहले हमने महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष को कल सूचित किया है कि महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के जो संसदीय हमारी विधिमंडल जो पार्टी है, इसके नेता श्री अजित पवार चुने गए हैं और उसके साथ साथ क्योंकि ये नियुक्ति पार्टी करती है और पार्टी के नाते मैंने विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष को पत्र द्वारा सूचित किया है. साथ साथ में हमने जो व्हिप होता है, व्हिप के नाते पार्टी व्हिप अपॉइंट करती है, इसलिए श्री अनिल भाईदास पाटिल जो हमारे व्हिप पहले भी थे उनको हमने फिर से महाराष्ट्र राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी विधानसभा के प्रतोद विप के नाते उनको फिर से नियुक्त किया है। तो ये महत्व की जो हमारी संगठनात्मक जो प्रक्रिया है, इसको हमने अभी यहाँ तक हमने पूरी की है। आगे जैसे जैसे हमारे को जो भी संगठनात्मक कार्रवाई करनी होगी, ये हम आगे आपको समय समय पर सूचित करेंगे। मैं अब माननीय अजीत पवार साहब को कहूँगा कि वो आगे की जो भी कोई सूचना हो वो आपको जरूर यहाँ पर वो बताएंगे। एक मिनिट पहले
आत्ताच प्रफुलबाईंनी सांगितलं, काल त्यांनी सन्माननीय सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची अध्यक्षपदावर नेमणूक केली आणि सुनील तटकरे साहेबांनी ही नेमणूक झाल्यानंतर काही निर्णय घेतले। त्याच वेळेस
some decisions are being taken and communicated to you.
प्रांताध्यक्ष या नात्याने माझ्यानंतर ते सांगतील। पण हे बोलत असताना मी एक बातमी वाचली की एकाला विरोधी पक्ष नेता आणि मला वाटतं त्याच्यामध्ये प्रतोद म्हणून नेमलं गेलेलं आहे। वास्तविक माझं पण विधिमंडळामध्ये बरेच वर्ष मी काम केलेलं आहे। विरोधी पक्ष नेता नेमायचं काम हे विधानसभा अध्यक्षाचं असतं आणि असेंब्ली चालू असताना विधानसभा अध्यक्ष जी पार्टी सत्तेवर नाहीये, विरोधी पक्षात आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त संख्या ज्या पक्षाची असते त्याचा अध्यक्ष म्हणून विरोधी पक्ष नेता म्हणून अध्यक्ष नेमणूक करतात। हे कदाचित आपल्याला पण माहिती असेल।
On the basis of whichever party is in the opposition and has the highest number.
आहोत त्याच्यातल्या आमदारांच्या मध्ये एक समरावस्था निर्माण व्हावी, त्यांच्यामध्ये भीती निर्माण व्हावी म्हणून अशा प्रकारच्या काही गोष्टी करण्याचा प्रयत्न हा त्या ठिकाणी केला जातो। त्याला काही अर्थ नाही। या संदर्भामध्ये शेवटी बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्या बरोबर आहेत। आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय। आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार। राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काम करत राहणार आणि तसंच देश पातळीवर जे नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांचं नेतृत्व आहे त्या नेतृत्वाखाली देश जो आगेकूच करतोय त्याचाही पाठिंबा देत त्या गोष्टीला केंद्राचा फायदा देखील राज्याच्या विविध विकास कामांच्या करता जो निधी लागतो, परवानग्या लागतात, इतर काही गोष्टी लागतात, त्याचा पण त्याच्यामध्ये व्हावा। आपल्याला सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे की जर राज्य सरकार वेगळ्या विचाराचं असतं तर त्या राज्यातल्या जनतेवर नाही म्हटलं तरी विकास कामाच्या बाबतीमध्ये कुठंतरी निधीच्या बाबतीत कमतरता राहते। हे अनेक वर्ष आपण सगळेजण बघत आलेलो आहोत आणि त्यामुळं जे काही काल काही प्रेस घेऊन काहींनी सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये आम्हीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या प्रमुख असल्यामुळं आणि आता प्रांताध्यक्ष या नात्याने कालपासून सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची नेमणूक केली गेली असल्यामुळे आम्ही जे करतोय ते पक्षाच्या हिताचंच करतोय। त्याच्यामध्ये 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये। शेवटी असं विश्वास आहे आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील, त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही त्याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो।
इनका हो, हमारा हो जाने दो। अरे बाबा शांति रखो।
एक मिनिट उनको बोलतो दो दा.
अजितदादांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली काल राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाने सरकारमध्ये सहभागी होण्याचा निर्णय घेतला. उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून ते काम करत आहेत. अशाच वेळेला राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष यांनी मला कालच महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी नियुक्तीचं पत्र त्या ठिकाणी दिलेलं आहे.
I was told yesterday by the working president of the party that I will be the state president.
या कालावधीमध्ये सुद्धा मी केली. ज्या कालावधीमध्ये पक्ष सत्तेवरती नव्हता, राज्यभरामध्ये फिरत आम्ही संघटना त्या कालावधीमध्ये मजबूत केलेली होती. आज पुन्हा एकदा ही जबाबदारी या ठिकाणी माझ्याकडे सुपूर्द केली जात असताना पक्षाची ध्येयधोरणं, पक्षाचं संघटन मजबूत करण्याचा प्रयत्न पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये आम्ही सगळेजण त्या ठिकाणी निश्चितपणाने करणार आहोत.
We will all try to work to strengthen the party together for the future.
पक्षाच्या अन्य यांची नेमणूक सुद्धा करणं स्वाभाविकपणाने त्या ठिकाणी ठरत असतं. पण ती त्या ठिकाणी नेमणूक करत असतानाच इतर पदाधिकारी आहेत. 5 तारखेला आम्ही MIT कॉलेजमध्ये राज्यभरातील आमचे जिल्हाध्यक्ष, तालुकाध्यक्ष, विधानसभा मतदारसंघाचे अध्यक्ष, प्रदेश प्रतिनिधी यांची बैठक आदरणीय अजितदादा, प्रफुल्लभाई, भुजबळ साहेब, मंत्रिमंडळातील आमचे सर्व सहकारी यांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी ठेवलेली आहे. त्यावेळेला राज्यभरातून राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे विविध स्तरावरील पदाधिकारी नक्कीच त्या ठिकाणी उपस्थित राहतील असा विश्वास या निमित्ताने व्यक्त करत असतानाच आता संघटनात्मक पुढील कामकाज करण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश महिला राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी रुपाली ताई चाकणकर यांची नियुक्ती या ठिकाणी मी जाहीर करत आहे आपल्यामार्फत. त्याचबरोबर महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी युवक काँग्रेसच्या प्रदेशाध्यक्षपदी सूरज चव्हाण यांची सुद्धा नियुक्ती या ठिकाणी मी जाहीर करत आहे.
Sunil Tatkare is making announcements concerning appointments for the youth wing and other bodies for the NCP.
प्रदेश प्रवक्ते म्हणून आमदार अमोल मिटकरी, आनंद परांजपे, उमेश पाटील, संजय तटकरे, सूरज चव्हाण हे सुद्धा पक्षाची भूमिका अधिकृतपणाने आपल्या सर्वांच्या समोर, माध्यमाच्या समोर त्या ठिकाणी मांडण्याची जबाबदारी निभावणार आहेत. पुन्हा एकदा विश्वासाने माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी सोपवल्याबद्दल सर्वच नेत्यांचे मी मनापासून या ठिकाणी आभार मानतो.
I thank the leaders for the faith they've shown in me.
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष शरदराव पवार आपण विसरला का?
National President is Sharad Pawar.
त्या संदर्भामध्ये काल निर्णय झालेला आहे. काल स्वतः त्या पोस्टवर प्रफुल्लभाई त्या ठिकाणी होते. मी पण संघटनेमध्ये गेले अनेक वर्ष, 99ला स्थापना झाल्यापासून भुजबळ साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही राज्यामध्ये कामाला सुरुवात केली. ते आजपर्यंत आम्ही लोक काम करत होतो ते महाराष्ट्राने पाहिलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामुळं काल मला जी माहिती मिळाली त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतः प्रफुल्लभाईंनी सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची प्रांताध्यक्ष म्हणून नेमणूक त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. आणि या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्याला सगळ्यांना आठवत असेल ह्या घटना घडल्यानंतर काही मान्यवरांची अशी स्टेटमेंट आली होती की आम्ही कायद्यामध्ये किंवा ह्याच्यामध्ये न जाता जनतेच्या मध्ये जाऊ. परंतु काल रात्रीपासून काही वेगळ्या घटना, म्हणजे रात्री 12 वाजता
some people said, some seniors said that we will go to the people, we won't go into taking action.
केला जातोय. त्याला काही एक अर्थ नाही.
News started coming in late last night.
ती योग्य, रास्त, चांगली, महाराष्ट्र राज्याच्या भल्याची राष्ट्रवादी
The
काँग्रेस
position that we've taken is right, it's appropriate, and it is in the interest of the state.
मी सर्वप्रथम सुनील तटकरे यांची महाराष्ट्र राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी काल नेमणूक झाली आणि त्यांनी कामाला सुरुवात केली. मी त्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो.
Neil Gaskari has been appointed as the state president of the party.
आणि युवक काँग्रेसच्या युवक राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसच्या प्रमुखपदी सुरेश चव्हाण यांची नियुक्ती झाली, त्याबद्दल त्यांचंही अभिनंदन करतो. फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर
I welcome the decision.
आणि सर्व संबंधित आम्हाला भेटण्यासाठी कालपासून फार मोठी गर्दी सातत्याने होते आहे आणि राज्यातील सर्व काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे जे नेते जे आहेत, कार्यकर्ते जे आहेत, जिल्हा पातळीवरचे, तालुका पातळीवरचे, फ्रंटल ऑर्गनायझेशनचे, हे सगळे जे आहेत अजितदादा यांना पाठिंबा देत आहे. आता तुम्ही कुठेतरी सांगितलं की प्रफुल पटेल यांची त्या संदर्भामध्ये काही निर्णय जे आहेत ते वरिष्ठांनी जाहीर केले. एक लक्षात घ्या, प्रफुल पटेल आणि सुप्रियाताई यांची सुद्धा जी नेमणूक झाली ती पक्षाच्या कार्यकारिणीने केलेली आहे आणि जे नेमणूक करतात त्यांना ते नेमणूक रद्द करण्याचा काढण्याचा सुद्धा अधिकार असतो. त्यामुळे ही काही कार्यकारिणीने घेतलेला तो निर्णय आहे.
Praful Patel and Supriya Sue were elected as working presidents of the party. On the basis of their appointment, they have the right to take any decision, which is to remove someone as well.
प्रफुल पटेल जे आहेत ते त्या ठिकाणी अजूनही काम करू शकतात आणि त्यांना काढण्याचा काही प्रश्न येत नाही. कार्यकारिणीच्या मीटिंगमध्ये निर्णय होईल त्या पाहता येईल. मला असं वाटतं की आता महाराष्ट्राच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीनं ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या तू मायमाई चालू राहणार आहे. परंतु अजित दादांनी जे आहे अनेक प्रश्न जे आहेत त्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे निर्माण झालेले आहेत, काही ठिकाणी प्रचंड पाऊस, काही ठिकाणी अजूनही पाऊस नाही, शेतकऱ्यांचे प्रश्न, त्या संदर्भामध्ये त्यांनी कामाला सुरुवात केलेली आहे. आणि
There are many questions before Maharashtra, and we've already started working on this.
इतर सुद्धा ठिकाणावर जे जे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे कार्यकर्ते आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर खांद्याला खांदा लावून काम करण्यासाठी अजित दादांनी त्या सुरुवात केलेली आहे. मी त्यांच्या हा जो प्रयत्न आहे, प्रयास आहे, त्याचं सुद्धा मी कौतुक करतो, अभिनंदन करतो.
आम्ही अकालपट्टी करण्याच्या करता पक्ष आमचा चाललेला नाही. काहीचा पक्ष बेरजेचं राजकारण आम्ही करतोय, पक्ष वाढवतोय. तिथं काय अकालपट्टी करायला बसलो काय? ह्याच्यामध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष काही आपल्या देशात, आपल्या राज्यामध्ये अशा वेळेस असे काही प्रसंग कुठल्या पक्षांच्या बद्दल निर्माण झाले तर त्या संदर्भातला अधिकार कुणाला आहे? निवडणूक आयोगाला आहे. निवडणूक आयोग त्या ठिकाणी सांगतो की पक्ष कुणाकडे, चिन्ह कुणाकडे. त्या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी कळेल. आम्ही म्हणजेच पक्ष आहोत. आम्ही सगळ्यांनी त्या पद्धतीनं पुढे आम्ही चाललेलो. आमदार महोदय आम्हा लोकांच्या बरोबर आहे. आमदारांचे मतदारसंघातले प्रश्न, त्यांच्याकरता विकासाला लागणारा निधी, त्यांच्याकरता कुठल्या काही स्थगित्या दिल्या गेल्या असतील तर त्या स्थगित्या उठवणं आणि त्या विधानसभा मतदारसंघाचा सर्वांगीण विकास करणं, त्याच्यामध्ये अधिकचा निधी कसा जास्तीत जास्त देता येईल याबद्दलचा प्रयत्न करणं हे सरकारचं काम असतं. आणि ते काम अतिशय उत्तम पद्धतीनं आम्ही एकनाथराव शिंदे आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस यांच्या बरोबर हे जे काही महायुतीचं जे सरकार आहे, हे महायुतीचं सरकार ते चांगल्या पद्धतीनं करून दाखवेल हा मी विश्वास राज्याच्या जनतेला पण देतो आणि माझ्या सगळ्या विधिमंडळातील सहकाऱ्यांना, आमदारांना, कार्यकर्त्यांना, सगळ्या अध्यक्षांना, सर्वांना त्या ठिकाणी देतो. कुणाला बंड वाटतं, कुणाला काय वाटतं असं तुम्हाला काही वाटून, तुम्हाला काही मनात आलं तर तसं वाटून चालत नाही. त्याला कायदा, घटना, नियम, काही कुणाला तिथं अधिकार दिलेला आहे, त्यांना स्वायत्तता दिलेली आहे, हे तर जगजाहीर आहे. या संदर्भामध्ये त्याकडून येणारा निर्णय, उद्याच्याला अशा प्रकारचा कधी वाद निर्माण झाला तर त्यांनी दिलेला निर्णयच हा अंतिम असतो. हे अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये वर्षापूर्वीच आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या लक्षामध्ये आलेलं आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी ते पाहिलेलं.
This is a declaration of war by the rebel faction of the NCP led by Ajit Pawar. Praful Patel appears to be the architect of all of this. Remember that Supriya Sule has just fired a big shot by labeling Praful Patel as the person who has orchestrated all of this. He's been labeled as a traitor, and now the rebel NCP group has declared war right back, claiming to be the true owners of the NCP identity and symbol, and that they have all the numbers. Rajdeep Sardesai is with us, breaking all of the stories and developments on this unfolding Maharashtra drama. Rajdeep, what did you think of the Praful Patel Ajit Pawar press conference just now, where they've gone ahead and named Sunil Tatkare as the NCP Maharashtra president and said, we have the numbers, the symbol is ours?
Look, if till yesterday evening we thought that all of this was orchestrated in some way by Sharad Pawar, that he was in a way had given implicit consent, if not explicit consent to the rebels, that number of them like Praful Patel are extremely close to Mr. Pawar, so it was difficult to imagine them breaking away without some kind of sanction from Mr. Pawar. Events of the last few hours clearly suggest that the first war which is being fought is for control of the NCP, where Mr. Pawar, Sharad Pawar and his daughter are on one side, and the likes of Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar are on the other. The battle is over the symbol, the battle is over MLAs, the battle is over control of MPs, and the battle essentially is for control of the party. What we are told, Shiv, is over the next 48 hours, Mr. Pawar will be in Mumbai. He's called a meeting on the 5th. He will be meeting various local leaders in Mumbai. A parallel meeting has been called by Ajit Pawar and and Praful Patel. The question is, out of the 54 MLAs of the NCP, how many really are with the Ajit Pawar faction? Now, the Ajit Pawar faction is claiming that they have the support of 90% of the MLAs. But we still haven't seen any written evidence of that. At yesterday's swearing in, there were of course the 9 ministers, and there were reportedly another half a dozen MLAs who were present at the Raj Bhavan at the time. Now, we don't know how many eventually will join which side. So in the next 3 to 4 days, that's the battle that is being fought. With Ajit Pawar sacking Jayant Patil as the party president, effectively the rebel NCP is also suggesting that they will take on Mr. Pawar head on. And that in a way has surprised many of us, because we thought whatever else happens, this will not be much less acrimonious than what happened with Shiv Sena. I had spoken to Praful Patel even late last night, and he insisted we are not against Mr. Pawar, the individual. Now it appears, as your breaking news is suggesting, it's all-out war within the NCP. So if this is stage managed, then they are doing a very good job of managing, of creating this impression that they are at war with each other. But my sense is clearly the two sides are trying to ensure that they have the maximum MLAs. Mr. Pawar is hoping that Sharad Pawar is hoping that he can at least get 20-25 MLAs on his side, so it's not like what happened with Uddhav Thackeray, where 40 of the 53 MLAs eventually deserted him. Mr. Sharad Pawar is hoping that if he travels across Maharashtra, he will be able to ensure that at least a sizable section of the MLAs remain with him.
You know, picking up on a point you just made, Rajdeep, which is that, the conciliatory kind of note, the respectful kind of tone that we'd heard all of these leaders use till yesterday when referring to Sharad Pawar, even though they didn't attack him directly, that appears to have evaporated overnight. Now it's a more warlike tone and tenor, at least at this press conference. It wasn't really defensive. They've gone on the offensive now. Would you see that? I know that, never say never in politics, but is this like a line in the sand in some ways as far as the NCP is concerned? It'll never go back to the old ways, that, it's reached a point of no return for this rebel faction?
Well, the one thing I will say, Shiv, I haven't heard as yet at least Praful Patel or Ajit Pawar directly targeting Sharad Pawar, the individual. That's the difference between Eknath Shinde when he targeted Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray. We haven't seen them name Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar by name. So there is a certain Lakshman Rekha that has been drawn. Even Mr. Pawar hasn't directly attacked Ajit Pawar by name. So short of the name calling, you could say it's war between the two factions for control of the party. It's very interesting that Mr. Pawar will hold his meeting at the YB Chavan Pratishtha, at the YB Chavan Center in South Mumbai, which is traditionally seen as the NCP headquarters and which is controlled by Sharad Pawar, while the rebels are going all the way to the suburbs to where Chhagan Bhujbal controls an education institute. Look, this is a party which has shared the spoils of power for years. The only thing that holds the NCP together is power. If you look at the NCP that was formed in 1999, they formed it by taking on Sonia Gandhi on foreign origins, but months later had an alliance with the Congress. Post-poll alliance to form a government, and they've only been out of power basically between 2014 and 19, and then in the last 1 year. So of the last 24 years in Maharashtra politics, there are only 6 years where the NCP, which has never been the #1 party of Maharashtra, has actually been in power for 16 or 17 of the years. The glue that binds the Pawars together is power. It's power, and this is power play in a way, and we'll have to see which side is able to live without power for the longest time.
You heard Sahil Joshi also joins us, but one final question to you, Rajdeep, before I let you go, because I know you're going to get on the phone and speak to your sources as well about this unfolding story, is, you heard in this press conference Ajit Pawar invoke, the Prime Minister's name under the Modi ji ke netritva mein. He used that word a few times. Do you see significance there? Because, there's a lot of chatter over how there has been no formal tweet or, note of welcome from either Narendra Modi or Amit Shah. What do you make of that? Ajit Pawar invoking Modi multiple times in this press conference.
Very good point, Shiv. It's very interesting, as you put it, that not a single major BJP leader, neither JP Nadda nor, forget about Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, have tweeted welcoming Ajit Pawar. It is embarrassing. Let's be honest, this is the leader you said chakki pissing. According to use the words of Devendra Fadnavis, this is the leader about whom Prime Minister Modi, when he spoke about the cooperative bank scam and the irrigation scam only last week, not even a year ago, last week, he was seen at the center of it. There's an ED inquiry. How do you welcome openly someone like Ajit Pawar? So I think the national level BJP is a little wary of being seen to be overwhelmingly welcoming Ajit Pawar, which is why you could perhaps see why Ajit Pawar has to invoke Prime Minister Modi. He has to now prove, Modi ji, I'm loyal to you. I've forgotten my uncle. I'm now with you. He has to somewhere convince the BJP leadership that, I don't worry, I won't leave tomorrow and go back to Sharad Pawar like I did in 2019. Yes, Praful Patel, important character in all of this, because Praful Patel has links between Delhi and Mumbai. Remember, Ajit Pawar has practiced all his politics in Maharashtra. Praful Patel has practiced almost all his politics in Delhi. So he is the link between the BJP central leadership and the state leadership. And it's no secret that he's the one who's been, in a way, pushing and goading a lot of the Maharashtra NCP leaders to join the BJP. So Praful Patel clearly is a key member of this rebel group that has been forged.
And practically labelled enemy #1 by the Pawars, certainly by Supriya Sule, who's written off that letter. Rajdeep, thank you for being with me here. Sahil continues to be with us. Sahil, your big takeaways after this press conference by Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel. What are your big takeaways, Sahil?
Well, they have decided that they have drawn the line. They have decided that they will be acting completely against what Sharad Pawar is trying to do. But they will not touch Sharad Pawar at all. But at the same time, they will also try and touch to those people who are, close to Sharad Pawar at this point of time. Basically, Jayant Patil and, of course, Jitendra Awad. #1. #2, what can be clearly seen as the Ajit Pawar fraction is gearing up for a fight in election commission. because Praful Patel has made it very clear that we don't want to take this fight to the Election Commission, but if need be, finally the call will be taken by the Election Commission. So this is exact script what we are reading today. It's you remember a lot of times we take adaptations from the Hollywood movie and make some Bollywood movie as well. The name changes, the language changes, but finally the storyline remains the same. Exactly what is happening in Maharashtra today. 1 year before, the story which was written for Shiv Sena is being replicated for NCP as well. The pattern is also the same. The first 20 to 25 MLAs desert. They take the oath, they form the government, and slowly what we see is that one by one, the MLA starts transferring to the other fraction which is already in the power, which has formed the government. And then finally the fight goes to the Election Commission, and the fraction which is actually rebelled gets the original name and the symbol. That is what exactly is happening. Now interestingly, Praful Patel declares as the working president that he is removing Jayant Patil as the president of the party, Maharashtra State Party of NCP. They also take action against Jayant Patil. But at the same time, he says that Sharad Pawar remains the national president.
Yes.
Now, in what capacity Praful Patel has taken this decision is not yet clear. Most importantly, in this fight, what will matter in the end is on whose side number of MLAs are, whose side more number of MLAs are. At this point of time, that is not clear. None of the fraction is showing that they have so many MLAs on their side. What we are hearing at this point of time, that Ajit Pawar can clearly claim that all 27 MLAs are with him at this point of time, but he's still short of 10 more MLAs, by which he can become, the largest chunk, the chunk which has 2/3 of the total number of MLAs. Whereas on the other side, there is a dual policy again. Sharad Pawar has taken a stand that he is not going to fight a legal fight. Rather than that, he will go to the people, he'll go to his cadre, he'll go to his voters and expose these people. He will try to ask for the mandate from the people rather than getting into a legal fight. Whereas his supporters, Jayant Patil and others, are getting into the legal fight. Sharad Pawar says that it's their prerogative, but he is not going to get into it. Jayant Patil will fight the legal fight and Sharad Pawar will go to the people. Here as well, they are not touching Sharad Pawar, but they are going to take action against Jayant Patil and others. So end of the day, this fight is again going to go the same way. First to the speaker, as we have seen that number of recommendations, number of resolutions have reached to the speaker's office. Almost 8 of them have reached to the speaker's office, which Rahul Narvekar has confirmed to me. 4 from Sharad Pawar's side, 4 from Ajit Pawar's side. Their resolution says that the disqualification petitions as well. Ajit Pawar's resolution say that he has been appointed as a leader of the legislative party, and the whip of the party has been appointed by the party working president, that is Praful Patel. On the other side, they have removed Ajit Pawar and they have removed the whip and they have appointed their own whip, that is Jiten Rawat. So this is going to be an interesting fight. The round 2 of this fight will eventually land up with the Election Commission, and the speaker, according to me, will not be in a hurry to take any kind of a decision, because please understand, the constitutional bench have made it very clear in their judgment when they passed an order on the Shiv Sena issue, that the whip of the party in the legislative party is appointed by the political party. At the same time, the speaker can prima facie decide that which is the political party, and the speaker's decision about the political party and the election commission's decision about the political party can be completely separate. They cannot. There is always a possibility that they have a separate view on that, and they can run it parallelly. So that is going to be the really interesting fight. The ambiguities within the law will now be used for the NCP fight as well, which is very clear.
Ownership of the NCP, it's all going to be down to the numbers. Sahil, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. A power-packed press conference by the rebel faction of the NCP claiming to be the real NCP. Very importantly, they don't mention either Sharad Pawar or his daughter and Lok Sabha MP Supriya Sule, but They've basically said there is no discrepancy. We are the real NCP. We have the symbol, we have the identity, and more importantly, we have the numbers, even though that demonstration has not taken place just yet. Here's a quick reminder and a recap of the top developments in the Pawar versus Pawar showdown that has reached fever pitch. NCP Working President Supriya Sule, right before this press conference, has written to her father, Sharad Pawar, over the disqualification of Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare. Only those two. Very interesting. Supriya Sule has accused Patel and Tatkare of acting against party rules and spearheading the 9 MLAs oath in her official letter to her father and party supremo. So basically, Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare, not the others, have been labelled enemy number 1 and enemy number 2. Meanwhile, Amol Kole, one of the MLAs who had rebelled along with Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar, has switched back to the Sharad Pawar faction after being present at the swearing-in ceremony yesterday. Amol Kole has pledged his support to Sharad Pawar a day after joining hands with the Shinde government. That's the level of commitment or lack of commitment and how whimsical Netagiri really is in Maharashtra. Totally shameful in every direction. After the mega split in the NCP in Maharashtra, leaders of the party are ready to forgive Ajit Pawar over his betrayal. NCP leaders are holding Praful Patel accountable for the rift in the party. They say that he is enemy number 1. He's the puppet master. He is the one who has orchestrated this whole thing. Praful Patel's photo frames have been removed from NCP student offices in Delhi and elsewhere. The NCP's State Discipline Committee has passed a resolution to disqualify 9 NCP MLAs for indulging in anti-party activities after they attended the swearing-in ceremony of Ajit Pawar as the new Deputy CM of Maharashtra yesterday. This is even though the NCP leadership, as Sahil just told us, will not be pursuing any legal recourse. The NCP's Goa unit has pledged support to Sharad Pawar amidst this split. State President Jose Philip D'Souza has vowed his loyalty to the party supremo and said that this faction will not break away from the NCP. If yesterday's big political news break by India Today was defined by a certain amount of softness and sobriety by the things that Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Praful Patel and others were saying, today all of that has been thrown to the wind because now it's a political fight that's out in the open. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a bolt from the blue, a Maha surprise, and took oath as the new Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the Pawar versus Pawar battle is now at boiling point. This has become a declaration of war between the two sides. While Sharad Pawar has blamed the BJP for dividing the parties and toppling governments, Ajit Pawar has expressed confidence in Prime Minister Modi's leadership and that he will receive the necessary support to avoid defection. Here's the very latest on this rapidly developing story.
A battle of perception. A battle of numbers. A battle of the Pawars. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as new Deputy CM of Maharashtra, the war over who's the real NCP is peaking. A day after he made it clear he did not approve of the rebellion, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, in a symbolic message to his rivals, visited the memorial of his mentor and state's first CM, Yashwant Rao Sawan, in Karad. The NCP patriarch blamed the BJP for the crisis in his party.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या माध्यमातून समाजामध्ये जातीमध्ये धर्मामध्ये एक प्रकारचं वेगळं वातावरण तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातो.
Sharad Pawar isn't holding back. He's cracked the whip, now filing disqualification pleas against Ajit Pawar and 8 other turncoat MLAs who have joined the Shinde Sena BJP government as ministers. NCP approached the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker and the Election Commission, appointing Jitendra Awad as the new NCP Chief Whip and Leader of Opposition.
पहिलं 9 जणांचं व्हीप आम्ही इकडे दिलेलं आहे. मोबाईल थोडा पाठी गेले. 9 जणांना आम्ही डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिसेस सर्व केलेल्या आहेत. आमचं काम आम्ही केलेलं आहे. अजून कोणी पुढे समोर आलेलं नाहीये. जो जसा जसा ऍक्शन घेईल तसं तसं रिॲक्शन येईल.
Meanwhile, Ajit Pawar has been a busy man, holding meets with his loyalists and then meeting with Devendra Fadnavis as well. So who's got the edge now out of the Pawars? Out of the total 53 NCP MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly, India Today has learned that Ajit Pawar's camp had 24 MLAs, while Pawar camp had 14 MLAs, while 15 of them were still undecided. With Sahil Joshi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, it's no longer just a political split in Maharashtra. It's all-out war in the NCP. Can Sharad Pawar stem the rot and the bleeding in his party? Is it the BJP's next big missile on opposition unity? Akshita takes you through the big unfolding developments on this big story that India Today has set the agenda with on 6 p.m. Prime next.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continue to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar and we want something and something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Rana is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the 2nd largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing the meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said, Robin Rana knew he had great results, and he still priced the issue at a low amount, and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is, so far this year, going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
by Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC.
Pawar versus Pawar power play. After Ajit's coup, now battle for NCP. Sharad Pawar turns to people.
आज भी पुणे के सारे कार्यकर्ता राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी यानी पवार साहब के साथ है और कल भी रहेंगे.
Ajit flexes political muscle. Who will win this Mahadangal? Maha-Pawar quake. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and this evening we're getting you all the details on the Pawar power play. It's about the optics now. It's about the numbers right now. We'll see how that plays out because the fight for the real NCP has broken out between uncle and nephew. The latest updates coming your way. The headlines first. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear in Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew. Ajit sacks NCP president. Declares he's the real NCP. Day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meet in Bengaluru also postponed. Parliament and Assembly sessions cited as the reason. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in the Liquorgate case. One nation, one law divides the opposition. Crucial parliamentary panel meet takes place. Congress says timing of UCC a poll agenda, but remain undecisive on their stand on UCC. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress worker now shot at in Murshidabad. And Khalistani hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar requests Canada and United States not to give space to these Khalistanis.
कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं. हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें.
Let's begin with breaking news that's coming in of what every camp is up to right now. With all of the churn that we've seen in Maharashtra politics, it's all about sending out a message on who's the most powerful. And on your screens right now are images coming in from Shivaji Park. This is Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who's visiting the Bala Sahib Smarak in Shivaji Park on the occasion of Guru Purnima. The fight over the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray is on display there on your screens, as Eknath Shinde has time and again referred to him being the true heir of Bala Sahib's legacy because he's carried forward his ideology. You juxtapose this with what's happening currently with the NCP, it's a very, very similar narrative. While in the Shiv Sena you saw the split over Bala Sahib's legacy, over the Thackeray name, over the party name and the poll symbol, similarly now a rift between the Pawars over the Pawar legacy, over the NCP party name and the poll symbol. So very similar what we're witnessing essentially in Maharashtra, in a sense of deja vu, I'm sure, for all Maharashtrians. You may question the intent, you may question what really led to what we're seeing right now, but the reality is that at the end of the day, it's very unpredictable to say what's going to happen next in Maharashtra. And at this point, looking at what's happened in the NCP, Ajit Pawar is saying, I have the numbers. Sharad Pawar is saying, I have the support of every single NCP loyalist, as he displayed just a few hours ago when he visited Karad as well. Let's in fact focus on more breaking updates that's coming in. Let's get you more reactions that are coming in. Remember that the announcement has been made of the Ajit faction, BJP and Shinde Sena being officially referred to as the Mahayuti Alliance in Maharashtra. And now Sanjay Raut, who's part of the Uddhav Sena, has hit out at this alliance. He's saying that Pawar was aware of Ajit's attempts of his coup against the NCP, and he said that the political game of BJP will be reversed in Maharashtra. A trend we're seeing here of most of these political leaders reinstilling their faith, reposing their trust in Sharad Pawar, saying he will emerge on the top of this political battle, and making it very clear that at this point Sharad Pawar knew what was happening and he has things under control. Let's play out for you this exclusive reaction from Sanjay Raut.
शरद पवार साहब का दावा है कि 3 महीने में पिक्चर बदल जाएगी। क्या आपको लगता है कि असल पिक्चर अभी बाकी है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिस प्रकार की राजनीति इस देश में करने जा रही है वो महाराष्ट्र में नहीं चलेगी, दाव उल्टा पड़ेगा। हमारी पार्टी तोड़ दी, लेकिन शिंदे से काम नहीं बन रहा है तो एनसीपी तोड़ दिया। अब अजित पवार से भी काम नहीं बनेगा, क्योंकि लोग जो है ऐसे लोग नेता के साथ नहीं रहते, वो नेता नहीं है, पार्टी है इसलिए वो नेता बन गए। शिवसेना पूरी ठाकरे साहब के साथ है और एनसीपी का पूरा केडर पवार साहब के साथ है, और हम महाविकास आघाड़ी जो हमने बनाई है वो ज़्यादा मजबूत हो रही है। तो जो बीजेपी जो कर रहे हैं ना खेल,
इससे आपको लगता है मजबूती आप लोगों को मिल रही है?
डेफिनेटली लोगों की सिंपैथी है, कार्यकर्ता मजबूती से लड़ने को तैयार है, सड़क पर उतरे हैं। तो बीजेपी को करके सब क्या मिल रहा है? ये अहंकार की राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? अगर आपके पास इतनी मेजॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र में है, 170 है, 175 है, तो वापस से 40 है, वापस एनसीपी के तोड़ो, उसके तोड़ो, ये खेल क्यों चल रहा है?
मतलब लगता है कि प्रफुल्ल पटेल जब जाते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये कहा जा रहा है कि पवार साहब को सब खबर थी।
नहीं, पवार साहब को खबर थी, ये टूट रहे हैं। उस बारे में मैंने पहले भी बात की, ये लोग टूट रहे हैं, ये लोग जा रहे हैं, पवार साहब को पूरी खबर थी। जैसे हमको खबर थी हमारे लोग टूट रहे हैं, तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, ये खबर तो सबको थी।
विपक्ष की बैठक होने वाली है, उस पर कुछ आपको लगता है कि एक बहुत बड़ा झटका 17-18 को बैठक है बेंगलुरु में, पवार साहब आप लोग जाएंगे?
कोई झटका नहीं, कोई झटका नहीं।
And has been non-stop twists and turns through the day. 24 hours after Ajit Pawar was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister, and many of, in fact, the NCP leaders chose to side with him being sworn in to the Maharashtra government. Sharad Pawar issued an order removing Sunil Tatkare as well as Praful Patel from the party, disqualifying them essentially. These two are MPs. Now, immediately after that, minutes later, you had Praful Patel addressing a press conference saying Sunil Tatkare, the man who's been suspended and sacked by Sharad Pawar, is now the NCP chief. So both sides now propping up their own faces to claim that we are the only ones who can make organizational changes. How will this be solved? Well, it's essentially a story that we've visited far too often, and the latest example is of what happened with Shiv Sena. This will take a legal angle if it continues in this manner, and of course it comes down to who has the numbers as well. Just about an hour ago, you had Ajit Pawar along with Praful Patel and Bhujbal addressing the media, speaking about the kind of support and maintaining that there is no rebellion against Sharad Pawar. Let's play out some of the highlights.
काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये। शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे, आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील, त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो। बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत। आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय। पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार। राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या बळकटीकरणाकरता काम करत राहणार।
तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी, उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहां पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूं।
It comes down essentially to the numbers right now in Maharashtra, looking at how things have changed in the last 24 hours. So on one hand, with the Shinde government of a total of 288 seats, 195 are with the Shinde government. The halfway mark, majority mark, they're written for you at 145. And this is, if you keep in mind that there are 24 MLAs with the Ajit Pawar faction. Now 106 of the BJP, 44 of the Shinde Sena, 21 others, they were already at a comfortable level of 171. Then you had the NCP with 24 more, and we're talking about the Ajit Pawar faction now. This entire alliance is referred to as the Mahayuti. Now what about the other side, the Maha Vikas Aghadi? Now, at one point, the numbers look very different. Today, it's a very, very different story because you look at the NCP under Sharad Pawar, the numbers are about 14. That could, of course, change. Both of these are based on claims and counterclaims put forth, but overall, their numbers at this point are much, much lower. If you look at really the number of MLAs who are yet to reportedly take a call, it's about 15 NCP MLAs who remain undecided. If they switch to that side or this side, it doesn't make a difference as far as the government formation is concerned. But what it does make a difference too is the NCP and really who holds on to power in the party. So lots that's happened in the last few hours since Ajit Pawar was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. You had Sharad Pawar holding this Maha Yatra, which was essentially a show of strength because, as I mentioned earlier, it's all about perception, it's all about optics and showing off who has the support. We will in fact get you those images also of Sharad Pawar and how he held this massive public rally, this massive public campaign earlier today after in fact he visited his political mentor's memorial. The message is very clear. Sharad Pawar is not backing down without a fight. He's already expelled, taken decisions and sacked most of the NCP MLAs, all of them in fact, who have rebelled against the party, who've joined Ajit Pawar's side, including the two MPs, Sunil Tatkare as well as Praful Patel. All of this has also been initiated by Supriya Sule, who shot off one letter after another to Sharad Pawar seeking action against these leaders. As we get you all the latest updates coming in right now, there was also, of course, the press conference by Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, as well as Chhagan Bhujbal. What was the takeaway from that? It was essentially that you had the Ajit Pawar faction claiming that they are the only ones who can actually make any sort of organizational changes. But these are images that Ajit Pawar cannot ignore. The kind of support that Sharad Pawar still has. He's a patriarch. Many would say he's ready for retirement from active politics. But the images on your screen speaks volumes of the kind of respect that people still hold for him, the kind of support that he still enjoys. So these are, in fact, images that we're getting to you from just a few hours ago of Pawar paying homage to his political mentor. And then you had thousands of people, all of his supporters, coming together there. A sea of supporters with a very clear message that Sharad Pawar is the boss. Many of whom we spoke to said all of this has been orchestrated by the BJP. But the reality is that while all of these loyalists are with Sharad Pawar, where do the MLAs stand? And that's what it will effectively come down to. At this point, the numbers that we showed you, Ajit Pawar claims he has a support of 40. But if you actually break it down, it's about 24. And at no point publicly have they actually declared, even today in the press meet, they said we have the support. We have the support of majority MLAs. But did they take a name? Absolutely not. There was no mention of anyone mentioned really at this point. I'm going to slip into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be focusing on Bihar. Why Bihar, you ask? Well, there's a speculation right now that the situation that's playing out in Maharashtra could repeat in Bihar.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Raina is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing them meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, if people on the street said, Robin Raina knew he had great results, and he still priced the issue at a low amount, and he left money on the table, if they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is so far this year going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now. The CBI has filed a charge sheet in the land for jobs scam against Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi as well as Tejaswi Yadav. Another scam that continues to haunt the Lalu family. The charge sheet has been filed in this particular case, which means you could see more action being taken against Lalu Yadav, Tejaswi and Rabri Devi. Remember, it is in the land for job scam that only recently you had Tejaswi also being questioned. There was, in fact, Lalu and Rabri Devi, those images from a few months ago of them being questioned as well at the CBI headquarters. This charge sheet has now been filed in the Rouse Avenue court. Munish Pandey is joining us with more details on this. Munish, run us through what are the charges really against Lalu and his family?
Well, Akshita, the Central Bureau of Investigation had filed a case against Lalu Yadav and certain public servants in the case on the allegations that Lalu Yadav, when he was the union minister in Indian Railways, there were people who were given job in railways in exchange of selling their land to family members of Lalu Yadav and certain entities linked to Lalu Yadav family. These were the allegations. The CBI filed an FIR and then later they started investigating this case. Now we have been given to understand is that a charge sheet has been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation against Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav, his father and former Union Railway Minister Lalu Yadav, and former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi in this case. Apart from these, there are certain public servants who have been made accused in the case. Now, this charge sheet will be a big blow for Lalu Yadav because remember, in few cases, Lalu Yadav has been convicted by the court, but in this case, what we have been given to understand is that CBI claims that they have concrete evidence against Lalu Yadav. Remember, when he returned from Singapore after his treatment there, the Central Bureau of Investigation recorded his statement. Rabri Yadav's statement was also recorded. Yes. And recently, even Tejaswi Yadav appeared before the CBI at its headquarters in Delhi, and Correct. His statement was already recorded.
All right. Thanks very much, Munish, for joining us with that update. We'll keep tracking the latest on this story. And here on India Today, we've been getting you every political twist and turn coming in from Maharashtra. But is a similar crisis also brewing in the state of Bihar? There's been speculation rife over Nitish Kumar having one-on-one meetings with legislators, with members of parliament, as the BJP has claimed that a situation similar to Maharashtra is going to play out in Bihar, that there's a rift, a divide in the JDU.
The tremors of the political quake in Maharashtra are being felt all the way in Bihar.
आरजेडी को छोड़कर आने के बाद जब उनके 45 एमएलए चुनकर आए थे नीतीश कुमार जी की, उसके बावजूद भी मतलब उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद दे दिया था, लेकिन कुछ दिनों के बाद वो फिर आरजेडी के पास चले गए। तो इसीलिए एमएलए में, विधायकों में नाराजगी है और बिहार में भी इसी तरह का बंड हो सकता है।
On Sunday, Bihar CM Nitish Kumar met his MLAs.
हम लोग एकजुट रहे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यही कहा कि हम लोग एकजुट रहे और पार्टी जो काम कर रही है उसको आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। कहीं कोई परेशानी है तो फिर हमको बताइए।
न सीआईडी है, न कोई गबन का आरोप है। सब पर जो कुछ हो, लेकिन नीतीश बाबू का ही नाम विपक्ष नहीं बोल रहा है, अमित शाह भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, न प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं। तो नीतीश बाबू योग भी है और हर गुणवत्ता उनमें है।
State BJP president said the cat among the pigeons by declaring that several leaders from Nitish Kumar's JDU were willing to defect because they were unhappy with the Bihar CM.
बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार जी को एक घंटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं देखना चाहती और विधायकों में डर पैदा हो गया है कि अब नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ रहेंगे तो नैया मेरी डूब जाएगी।
The political chatter in Bihar went into overdrive with this admission by the JDU president Lallan Singh.
7,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटाला में एनसीपी के नेता फंसे हुए हैं। ताकू जितने थे सब तो वॉशिंग मशीन में चले गए। ये डर दिखा के लोगों को भयभीत करके, धन बल का प्रयोग करके ये सब काम करते हैं।
Other Bihar netas also fueled the fire.
मुख्यमंत्री तो जनता के बीच जाते नहीं और जब जब गए उनका भी विरोध ही हुआ है। ऐसे में एक असंतोष मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की पार्टी में है, बहुत जल्द जनता दल यूनाइटेड में भी एक बड़ी टूट संभव है।
As reports of a Bihar rebellion gained steam, BJP Neta and former Deputy CM Sushil Modi declared that the party's doors were closed for Nitish Kumar.
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो पहले ही अमित शाह जी ने साफ कर दिया है कि किसी कीमत पर नीतीश कुमार को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे और से वो नाक भी रगड़ेंगे आकर बीजेपी के दरवाजे पर, तो भी बीजेपी कभी नीतीश कुमार को स्वीकार नहीं करेगी और नहीं ढोने के लिए और भविष्य में तैयार है।
Ahead of 2024, will Maharashtra coup rewrite political equations in other states too? Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's bring in on this broadcast Rohit Singh, who's joining us live from Patna. Rohit, good evening. Is there any truth to all of these reports suggesting that, a Maharashtra-like crisis could play out in Bihar with the JDU?
Well, Akshita, there is some sort of a tension definitely which is brewing in Bihar, and which is, we can say, like aftershocks of what happened in Maharashtra. Because you see, the kind of political development that is taking place in the state in the last 3-4 days, Nitish Kumar has started meeting all his party MLAs, MPs and MLCs. One-to-one meetings are happening. So this is not what Nitish Kumar is known for, that of having one-to-one meetings with his MLAs and leaders. But this is what is happening for the last 3-4 days, and this clearly signifies that Nitish Kumar is apprehensive that something what happened in Maharashtra could be brewing and simmering in Bihar too, and especially ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Because remember, there are a lot of MPs who won on JDU ticket. They had defeated RJD candidates and Congress candidates in 2019, but now JDU, RJD and Congress are all united in Mahagathbandhan. So it is a fact that several JDU MPs, their tickets will be cut. They will not be getting tickets to fight elections, and that is why they are also worried about their own future in politics. And Nitish Kumar also knows that, and that is why he has started negotiations and talks with his party leaders, trying to gauge the mood as to what they are up to. Have they been approached by some political parties like BJP or NCP?
Nitish Kumar is holding one-on-one meets with these legislators. Let's see what emerges in the next day or two from Bihar. Thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the latest updates on the parliamentary panel meet that took place on the Uniform Civil Code. I'm also joined by Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan, live and exclusive in just a bit.
Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics and lets you achieve your overall fitness goals.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps, and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat. Because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning. So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Welcome back. Since Prime Minister Narendra Modi last week made a strong pitch for uniform civil code, there's been, of course, non-stop talk, discussion and debate over it. In a crucial update that comes in today, the parliamentary panel, which is on law and justice, held a meeting to discuss UCC as well. Now, this particular panel came together. It's a high-level parliamentary standing committee that held a meeting that's headed by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Sushil Modi. The committee deliberated on the proposal and is seeking views of all stakeholders on the matter. The politics, of course, continues as each political party is taking a side as far as UCC is concerned. PDP very clearly has lashed out at the BJP, saying they're against UCC. As former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti says UCC lacked basic fundamentals. Congress, meanwhile, remains to sit on the fence on this issue. They're saying that till we see a draft, we don't know what our stand is going to be. However, they've questioned the motive, the agenda behind bringing it at this time, saying there's a clear communal agenda. At this point, Uddhav Sena too remains non-committal, saying they'll speak post the draft of UCC being made available. They've, however, given their in-principle support to UCC, much like AAP.
कांग्रेस
140 करोड़ भारतवासियों, हिंदू, मुसलमानों, सिखों, ईसाई, आदिवासी, जनजाति और तमाम उत्तर, दक्षिण, पूर्व, पश्चिम की परंपराओं की हत्या नहीं होने देगी, किसी के धर्म पर कोई चोट नहीं आने देगी। हम ड्राफ्ट देखें, ये तो भाजपा सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कराने के लिए कर रही है।
पार्लियामेंट्री पैनल की बैठक होती है, गोपनीय बैठक होती है। कल मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि जो पर्सनल लॉ है, रिफॉर्म्स इन पर्सनल लॉ, इस मुद्दे पर हम लोगों ने लॉ कमीशन को बुलाया है, भारत सरकार के मंत्रालय को भी बुलाया है। तो इतना ही मैं केवल कह सकता हूँ, बाकी मीटिंग में क्या होगा नहीं होगा ये गोपनीय मुद्दा रहता है, सभी पार्टी के लोग रहते हैं, इसलिए उस बैठक के बारे में से ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता।
चुनाव से पहले ऐसी कोई काम करो जिससे खलबली फैल जाए। तो आज ही क्यों यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, जब 7 महीने चुनाव को रह गए हैं, 5 साल की बात की थी, ये वादे 5 साल पहले के वादे थे, उनको यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पहले लेकर आना चाहिए था। इसके चर्चा और विवाद जो थे उसमें बैठ के बातचीत करनी चाहिए थी।
धारा 44 संविधान की कहती है कि सभी समुदायों से बातचीत करके जो भी सरकार होगी वो यूसीसी लाने का प्रयास करेगी, उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ तौर पे। क्या इन्होंने कोई ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया? क्या सिखों के समूह से बातचीत की, जैन समूह से बातचीत की? बात सार्थक दिशा में होनी चाहिए, सभी समुदायों से बातचीत होनी चाहिए और उसके बाद एक कंसेंसस बना के आप यूसीसी के ऊपर काम कीजिए। आपकी मंशा ही नहीं, 9 साल तक तो मोदी सरकार भांग खा के सोती रही, जब 10 महीने चुनाव करा गया तो अब कह रहे हैं यूसीसी लागू करना है। तो इसलिए इनकी मंशा पर बुनियादी तौर पे सवाल है।
उनके पास अब कोई मुद्दा नहीं है 2024 के चुनाव के लिए। राम मंदिर हो गया, 370 हो गया, ट्रिपल तलाक भी हो गया, तो 2024 से पहले ये मुद्दा लाया है, लेकिन हम इसका ऊपर डिबेट करेंगे। हम देखेंगे नया ड्राफ्ट क्या बनाया है। कानून है, देश को दिशा देने वाला एक कानून बनने जा रहा है, तो ड्राफ्ट तो देखना पड़ेगा। सर, अगर समाज के हित में है, राष्ट्र के हित में है, तो उस पर डिबेट करेंगे।
हमारे पास ऑलरेडी यूनिफॉर्म क्रिमिनल कोड है और वो बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्किस बानो के रेपिस्ट को छोड़ दिया गया और हमारी जो पहलवान बच्ची हैं उनका रेपिस्ट खुला घूम रहा है। टमाटर जो है 25 रुपए से 100 रुपए किलो आपको भी मिलता है, मुझे भी वही मिलता है। नौकरियां ना हिंदुओं को मिल रही है ना मुसलमान। दैट इज द यूनिफॉर्मिटी जो इस कंट्री में इस वक्त। गैस की जो कीमत है 500 से 1200 हो गई है, वो यूनिफॉर्मिटी है। आप इन्होंने कहा था कि 2 करोड़ रोजगार देंगे, ना आपको मिला, ना मुसलमान को, ना मिला हिंदू, वो तो सब यूनिफॉर्म चल रहा है। अब कौन सी यूनिफॉर्मिटी लाना चाहते हैं वो मुझे बताइए। अगर वो कोई ऐसा कानून है जिससे टमाटर की कीमत फिर 25 रुपए हो जाएगी, यहाँ के नौजवानों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार मिलेगा, अगर पहलवान बच्चियों को इंसाफ मिलेगा, उनका रेपिस्ट जेल में डाल दोगे आप, तो शायद हो सकता है कि किसी को कोई एतराज नहीं होगा।
हिंदुस्तान के लिए यूसीसी आना अनिवार्य है, क्योंकि एक देश में अलग अलग कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं। हम सब लोग भी ये समझते हैं कि देश में एक ही कानून होना जरूरी है। सब इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, लेकिन उसमें से ही कई पार्टियां यूसीसी के मुद्दे पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, यूसीसी के साथ में है, और जो पार्टियां विरोध कर रही है उनको डर है कि कहीं उनका वोट बैंक न चला जाए।
Let's get you the inside track that we're picking up of what really transpired in the parliamentary panel meet that, as you know, consists of different political parties also coming together. Now, what we're picking up is that the BSP has also come on board. They're saying that we too believe there's a need for UCC, and they've cited the fact that there are similar reforms that are already there in the United States as well. Reportedly, Uddhav Sena at this point is skeptical over UCC. They've already confirmed that they want to see the draft before they take a stand, and Sanjay Rao, who was there in that meeting, said he was skeptical if it would affect the Northeast. There's been a lot of talk about that, how this could also affect and could affect cultural diversity as well. This crucial parliamentary panel meet has taken place where several political parties have put their stand clearly up front. Let's take this across to Maushmi Singh. She's joining us live with more details on this. Maushmi, as far as the BSP is concerned, they're on board. They're saying we are for UCC. I understand you also have a guest with you from the BSP.
Right, Akshita. You know, the big takeaway is that already the Law Commission has opened suggestions for the UCC, and almost 19 lakh suggestions have come as it nears the closing date. The other big takeaway is the opposition members have questioned the timing of it all. We are joined by BSP MP Maluk Nagar, and we'll take his reaction because, as I told you, that the BSP sources say has come out in support. Now, of course, Maluk Nagar Sahab is bound by the oath of secrecy, but I will try and dig out whatever best possible we can. Maluk Sahab, how do you see this coming about? क्या अभी वक्त लगेगा? बताया जा रहा है 5-6 महीने और लगेंगे, और तमाम विपक्षी दलों ने आपत्ति जताई कि ये लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले क्यों उठाया जा रहा है मामला।
देखिए, जहाँ तक डीओपीटी एंड लॉ जस्टिस कमेटी की बात है, उसकी तो गोपनीयता रखी जाती है, वो बताया नहीं जाता है। लेकिन जहाँ तक बात है पार्टी बेस पे या अपने बेस पे एज एमपी, तो कुमारी बहन मायावती जी ने कहा है देश हित और जनहित को ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर देश को फायदा होता है और इस देश के दलितों को फायदा होता है तो उनके साथ हैं और इससे देश को मजबूती मिलेगी। लेकिन साथ में जो दलित समाज के लोग हैं उनको अडॉप्शन वाले में बहुत फायदा होगा। लेकिन दलितों में ही जो दूसरे एसटी आते हैं, जो दिल्ली, जो जम्मू कश्मीर के, हिमाचल के और उत्तराखंड के जो मुस्लिम गुजर और दूसरे जो दलित हैं, जो आदिवासी हैं, उनको अगर कोई कन्फ्यूजन है, और जो अकलियत समाज के लोग हैं, मुस्लिम समाज के लोग हैं, उनको अगर कोई कन्फ्यूजन है तो उनको खास करके लॉ कमीशन और सरकार को देश में एक माहौल बनाना चाहिए, गांव स्तर पे और विधानसभा स्तर, तहसील स्तर, लोकसभा स्तर, जिला स्तर, प्रदेश और देश स्तर पे कि समन्वय की भावना बनाएं और आराम से सर्वसम्मति से बात करें। जहां तक बात टाइमिंग की है, 1947 से 52 तक बाबा अंबेडकर साहब कॉन्स्टिट्यूट असेंबली में हमेशा बोलते रहे और पक्षधर रहे इसके। तो जब 70 साल से 68 साल से कांग्रेस ने जब नहीं करा, सब मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं, तो जल्दी क्या है, आराम से करें, हाबड़ दाबड़
इसके पहले करें कि बाद में करें? हम
तो ये कह रहे हैं देश में दो दलितों को और अकलियत समाज के मुसलमान लोगों को कहीं कंफ्यूजन है। अगर उनका कंफ्यूजन दूर हो जाए तो 24 से पहले लाना चाहे पहले ले आए, लेकिन अगर उनका कंफ्यूजन दूर नहीं होता तो जल्दी क्या है, फिर आराम से करें, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है?
अगर और मगर की स्थिति, इफ्स एंड बट्स, अ लॉट ऑफ इफ्स एंड बट्स, अक्षता। बट आई आस्क द अदर क्वेश्चन। बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन मेंबर्स ने बोला कि सिख समुदाय की अपनी चिंताएं हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट को लेकर चिंता जताई गई कि मिजोरम हो या फिर मणिपुर हो, उसमें अपने कानून है और असेंबली का अप्रूवल चाहिए होता है। तो खबर यह भी है कि चेयरपर्सन साहब ने खुद कहा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट और ट्राइबल्स पे यह लागू नहीं होना चाहिए।
देखिए,
फिर कैसी यूनिफॉर्म?
पारसी लोगों के लिए भी है, सिख धर्म के लिए भी है, जैन धर्म के लिए भी है, ईसाई धर्म के लिए भी है, मुस्लिम धर्म के लिए भी है, हिंदू धर्म के लिए भी है। हिंदू धर्म के गोवा में 2 शादियां कर सकते हैं, उनके लिए भी है। इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि सर्वसम्मति से गांव से लेके जिले और प्रदेश तक सहमति बनाई जाए, जब लाया जाए, जल्दी ना करें।
So there you are, Maluk Nagar from the BSP saying wide consultations should be held. Akshita, we are told that the Law Commission will take about 5-6 months to give its report to the ministry, and this will not be like a consultative paper, so the ministry can make a bill out of it.
Right, all right, Maushami, thanks very much for joining us with all of those details. A lot of views that are coming in right now on the Uniform Civil Code, and many who are also opposing it. Joining us here on India Today, I'd like to introduce now, live and exclusive, here on 6 p.m. Prime, Kerala Governor, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan. Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, thank you for joining us here on India Today, sir. I'm curious to know what really your view is on the Uniform Civil Code, considering back in 1986, I remember you walked out of the Congress over the handling of the Shah Bano case. So what's your view on UCC?
Constitution clearly says, Article 44, the 4th chapter of the Constitution, which lays down the directive principles of state policy, and it says that the provisions contained in this part shall not be enforceable by any court, but the principles therein laid down are nevertheless fundamental in the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. And Uniform Civil Code is one of the directive principles where state is obliged to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. Therefore, my view and your view, once we have accepted the Constitution to be our national scripture, then there is no way we can run away from that. And Uniform Civil Code, in my opinion, is not about to bring about uniformity of customs, uniformity of rituals, or uniformity of practices. It is about uniformity of justice. That if two persons placed in similar circumstances, if they go to the court, then while delivering the justice, no distinction is made on the basis of the religious affiliation of these people. It is about uniformity of justice.
Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, you're saying there's no differences, and that's what Uniform Civil Code is all about. It's quite the opposite reaction that's come in from many political leaders, including the Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, who all deem UCC as being discriminatory against Muslims. You as a Muslim, sir, what do you have to say to them?
When the draft, nobody has seen so far the draft.
Yeah.
How can you label this kind of criticism? And then you should ask him that when the left parties were betting for uniform civil code at least till 1990, Mr. EMS Namboodiripad was the most vocal supporter when I had resigned from the government. Then what has happened in between for the left parties to depart from their earlier stand?
Okay, but you know, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, it's not just the likes of the Kerala Chief Minister. There are many who claim to represent Muslims across the country. The AIMPLB, Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM, they too have taken a very, very clear and rigid stand against the UCC. Why is that? Why is it that there are so many of these groups that are saying, look, we don't want Uniform Civil Code?
I do not know about the Muslims or any sectional. I never look at things from this angle because serving sectional interest goes against the spirit of the Constitution. But I know one thing, that this will definitely serve the cause of uniformity of justice. And I shall not be, no two persons who are victim of the same kind of oppression will be, in delivering the justice, they will not be discriminated on the ground of religion.
But do you, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, believe that if a UCC is brought in, it will trample upon a Muslim's right to practice religion?
No, well, everybody is entitled to their opinion, and we know Law Commission has already asked people to give their opinion. They can give. In fact, they can prepare even a draft and send it to the Law Commission and the government to ensure that it is not HCC, it is UCC. And they can be rest assured that every suggestion which anybody makes will be given serious consideration.
So you've mentioned how this process is going about, that there are in fact consultations that are happening with groups, with religious groups, to get their view as well. Do you agree with how this is being conducted, sir, before UCC is brought in?
What else the Law Commission is doing? They have already written to everybody. They are consulting them. We are a huge country. This is the only manner in which you can consult people.
And finally, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, you're the governor of a beautiful state like Kerala, which is also culturally diverse. There's also a concern and some criticism that's come forth saying that, look, UCC could trample upon cultural diversity. What's your response to that?
I have already made it clear that the purpose of law cannot be to bring about uniformity of custom, ritual or practices, or labeling these differences. The purpose of the law is to bring about uniformity of justice, where two persons placed in similar circumstances, they are not delivered different kind of justices because they belong to different religions.
Okay, very interesting perspective. Thanks very much, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. The Kerala governor, someone who's also in history, in 1986, taken a stand in the Shah Banu case, saying very clearly that he believes Uniform Civil Code must be implemented in the country. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning into this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Do stay with us, because coming up in a few moments from now, Preeti Chaudhary runs you through all the latest twists and turns coming in from Maharashtra.
The world of wellness has advanced. Cryotherapies are now being used increasingly for fitness rehabilitation.
It is very cold. I'm dying.
They help as anti-inflammatory treatments and can treat the entire body. Beat the face with a cryofacial that helps puffiness of the face, cryo body sculpting that helps you get rid of stubborn fat by freezing fat cells, cryo for localized pain, and cryo baths that help you recover from any aches and pains. Where do we even begin? Let's start with cryo baths. The ice baths are now replaced with the state-of-the-art chambers where you jump in minus 110 degrees Celsius once a week or as guided by your doctor. All of this to tackle inflammation in your body, or specifically for a post-workout recovery to help your muscles recover.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is the power of ice. I'm going to show you the power of ice on my face with a cryofacial. I'll get a cryotherapy done and show you what an ice bath can do to you when it comes to recovery from a lot of inflammation and a lot of fatigue that your body goes through because of exercising or injuries or any kind of rehabilitation that you require. And of course, what I'll be doing is a localized cryo treatment in this sequence where we're going to show you the power of ice in a wellness setup. First, I'm going to start with a lovely refresher, because why not? Summer/monsoon is here. I would love a refresher for my face. So let's see how the power of ice really changes my skin.
Depends on which center you're doing this and the technology that they're using. One session of this refreshing yet freezing cryotherapy will cost you anywhere between 5,000 to 12,000 rupees. Cryotherapy is excellent for pain relief. The variety of conditions they're being used for include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-workout recovery, aches and pains, inflammation in the body, osteoarthritis, amongst many others. Just in case you're not very keen on the full body cryo or the cryo bath and have highly localized pain, it can also be treated with the help of this machine at a wellness clinic. Are you worried you're going to be catching a cold or freeze inside? Actually not. Here is why. Whole body cryo helps release endorphins or feel-good hormones straight after the treatment, and it is perfect for anyone who needs a quick lift-me-up. Celebrities are making this chilling ice therapy quite popular. Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Mandy Moore, Demi Moore, the New York Knicks, Jennifer Aniston, Jessica Alba, Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel Craig are just few of the celebrities who have raved about it on their social media handles. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it. Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Breathe, breathe, breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix. And you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraine.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
Pawar play. Pawar versus Pawar.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार.
आणि ते घेऊन पुढे जायला काही अडचणी असतील, कमतरता असेल, पण त्याच्यामध्ये बदल नाही, ते चालू राहणार. तो पक्ष आम्ही वाढवणार.
Advantage uncle or nephew. How many MLAs with Ajit Pawar? Bluff, bluster, or surety? Top Focus, 7 p.m. India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Our focus is Maharashtra and the NCP. Will the real NCP stand up in the midst of appointment, counter-appointment, sacking, counter-sacking? What really is happening where the NCP is concerned? Does Ajit Pawar actually have the numbers that he talks of? We're going to break it down through the course of the next 40 minutes. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear in Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew. Ajit sacks NCP president, declares he's the real NCP.
आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे.
Day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meet in Bangalore postponed. Parliament and Assembly session cited as reason. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in liquor gate case. Trouble mounts for former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Yadav's family. CBI files charge sheet in the land for job scam. Lalu, Rabri and Tejasvi named. One nation, one law divides opposition. Crucial parliamentary panel meet concludes. BSP backs Congress questions the timing of UCC, calls it a poll agenda. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress workers shot at Murshidabad. Khalistan hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar requests Canada, US to not give space to Khalistanis.
कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें.
Our top focus is the state of Maharashtra, and it is the Maha Aghadi versus the Mahayuti. And there is that Mahayudh right in the middle of it all. An all-out war has now erupted over the control of the NCP. Sharad Pawar has sacked his nephew and 8 other MLAs who were sworn in as ministers in the Shinde-Fadnavis cabinet on Sunday. In fact, in scathing letter to her father, Supriya Sule has accused Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare of engineering the NCP revolt. On the other hand, the Ajit Pawar faction has claimed that they are the real NCP. It's been appointment, counter-appointment, sacking, counter-sacking. The latest in that, they've sacked Jayant Patil, which is the Ajit Pawar faction, has sacked Jayant Patil, which is the Sharad Pawar faction, as NCP president and appointed Sunil Tatkare instead. They've also declared that no one except the Maharashtra speaker has the right or the power to disqualify them.
काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे. आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील, त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची, कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही, याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो. बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या बळकटीकरणाकरता काम करत राहणार.
तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी. उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहां पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूं।
All right, let's cut across right now to our reporters and our analysts breaking down the current dynamics and what is taking place in the state of Maharashtra. Joining me, Dr. Sandeep Shastri, National Coordinator, Lokniti Network. Rajdeep Sardesai is going to be joining us shortly from the newsroom. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, as well as Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, it's, dramatic developments that have been taking place through the course of the last 24 hours. Yesterday, we were sitting here. It looked that Mr. Pawar finally had it in the bag this time around, which is, of course, Pawar Jr., the nephew. But the numbers still not quite stacking up for Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Yes, Preeti, I think eventually it all boils down to numbers. And that is why you see there are multiple exercises which are happening, which can only be put together and called attempts to fortify. Why I say that, if you see at one level, given after the entry of the NCP into the alliance with the BJP and Eknath Shinde-Sena, one finds that the Shiv Sena has started playing on the nerves of the Eknath Shinde-Sena group, trying to weaken the minds of the MLAs who had gone with Eknath Shinde. The second is the NCP, Sharad Pawar-led NCP, trying to weaken those who have, or wean away those who have gone with Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar faction, what it is doing is trying to make those moves which can be interpreted as moves which are largely to consolidate their position, like removing Jayant Patil, claiming that X is holding that post. There is one very interesting thing. I think what makes the Maharashtra NCP split different is that this was the first time that there are two ships called NCP, and both are saying that Sharad Pawar is our president. Despite breaking away, Ajit Pawar faction is not saying that Sharad Pawar is not our leader, Ajit Pawar is our leader. The idea basically is to send out a signal to all those who can actually go away to tell them, no, Sharad Pawar's blessings are still around. I think we will see some very interesting maneuvering. Otherwise, largely it's going the Shiv Sena split way when it happened last year.
Stay with us, Rahul. What I'm going to do is, before we cut across to Rajdeep, Mr. Sandeep Shastri and Sahil Joshi, what are the big questions that beckon to be asked right now? Question number one, does Ajit Pawar actually have the numbers this time? What does Ajit Pawar say? Ajit Pawar says that he enjoys over 40. Does he really have them? Because what we are given to understand, it's not more than 24. Who will the cadre and the local leaders pledge allegiance to? Will it be Pawar Jr. or Pawar Senior? On the other hand, is Mr. Sharad Pawar playing both camps? Is he somewhere down the line two-timing the opposition? Because that is also something which has been deliberated, calibrated and even asked. Moreover, the other big question that needs to be asked at this point of time is, can the NCP survive the split? Whatever it might be, the sheer fact that you have a certain set of MLAs pulling away, can the party survive it? It's happened before where the party is concerned. And ultimately, if there's going to be a line of succession where Pawar Senior is in question, can Miss Supriya Sule carry her weight as Mr. Pawar's successor? And there is possibly a lot that has gone down in the last 24 because of possibly Miss Supriya Sule. Will BJP Shinde and the Shiv Sena, of course, which is now Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister, the BJP face an inside revolt of sorts for ceding space to the NCP? You have already Eknath Shinde, amidst immense pressure, where his own party leaders are saying, when are you going to accommodate us? You got 9 now entering, 1 is deputy, 8 in the cabinet. Where is the space? Also, have you seen the language, viewers? Praful Patel, a key player in the revolt, is a question that needs to be asked, because look at the language by Ms. Sule. Look at the language of Mr. Sharad Pawar as well. Not so strong when it comes down to Ajit Pawar, but quite harsh when it comes down to Mr. Praful Patel. So what's the role that Mr. Praful Patel has played in this entire saga there? Let's cut across right now to Sandeep Shastri, getting us, an inside detail, break it down. But Sandeep Shastri, one question which constantly emerges and constantly needs to be asked is, away from what Ajit Pawar's role is, or even what we just spoke of Mr. Praful Patel's role is, that question comes from the fact on what is Mr. Sharad Pawar's role. Nobody that we have spoken to, off record, with our sources, most people say there is no way Mr. Pawar would have not been in the know of what has gone down. You have the likes of Mr. Patel, Valse Patel, who very close to Mr. Sharad Pawar, his personal assistant once, no cases where the ED or any other agencies are concerned, in those 8 ministers who took oath alongside Ajit Pawar. So what's really going on? Do you think this could have happened without the knowing of Mr. Sharad Pawar at all?
Preeti, this is a real tough question you have posed, as you always do. I think this is one of the most difficult challenges that senior Pawar has faced. I think the public perception is something that is going to be watched very closely. Do supporters and people feel that Sharad Pawar was not aware of this? He has been taken by surprise. I think this is something that's going to play out very strongly in the next few days. But Preeti, 4 quick points on this whole development. Number 1, as you said in the beginning, numbers may not be stacking up, but power is clearly stacking up. I think for the Ajit Pawar group, it is not a question alone of do they have the numbers, but the fact that they have the political power backing them, I think is the biggest strength that they have, and they are going to leverage on that strength. And Preeti, number 2, I think there are multiple layers to the political game that is being played out in Maharashtra. The point which Ajit Pawar makes, that he's still part of the NCP, his is the real NCP. The others claiming that the real cadres and even the MLAs are not with Ajit Pawar. So you have multiple layers to this challenge, as some you have yourself raised. What happens to the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena now in terms of its political bargaining capacity? Point number 3, Preeti, I think this development has both national implications as state implications. But for the BJP, what it is more concerned about at the current moment is the next year's Lok Sabha election. And given the trend that was being seen that the alliance was doing much better than the NDA was doing, was something which I think was a matter of concern, which needed to be broken. But what will its implications for state politics be in terms of political accommodation? And finally, Preeti, I think people also will look to how does the court respond to these developments, because it's only a matter of time that the issue will touch the doors of the court. So I think all these 4 complex issues are part of what is playing out in Maharashtra. And I think while 24 hours has seen a lot of developments, I think every hour has seen a new trend coming in. And for me, very clearly, the fact that Ajit Pawar has the support of both the state government and the national government, and they have the backing of power, is, I think, the real decision-making on which is the real power which will be seen in Maharashtra.
But okay. But Mr. Shastri, and I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava, as we are just waiting to be joined by Sahil Joshi as well as Rajdeep Sardesai into this conversation. Let's play out the numbers there. Because Rahul Srivastava, away from whether the state government or the centre, and strangely there's ominous silence from the centre the last time, and one doesn't really want to pun on it, but the last time that Mr. Ajit Pawar took oath as Deputy CM, he was congratulated by the top leadership of the centre. There's been absolute silence where that is concerned. Do you think that it is the central leadership, be it Mr. Amit Shah, be it Mr. Nadda, even the Prime Minister congratulated the last time around, be it them waiting very careful this time, looking whether the numbers will come in where Mr. Ajit Pawar is concerned? Once the session begins, Definitely one will know where each one stands. But fifth is when both sides, you have Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's faction, that they have called an all-party meeting. Interesting, you know, where each of those MLAs of the 54 will go. Let's play those numbers out while Rahul takes us through that conundrum. 54 is what the strength of the NCP is. Out of that, 40 plus is what Ajit Pawar says he has. As per our sources, not more than 24, 15 are still sitting on the fence, and about 14 have sided openly with Mr. Sharad Pawar. Rahul.
Preeti, as far as the first part of the question, why the BJP hasn't responded, there is one Hindi saying and one English one. The Hindi one is much better, कि दूध का जला छाछ भी फूक फूक के पीता है. So last time around, they rushed in with the congratulations, and you will find that that is not going to happen. Number game is extremely critical. If they had the numbers, I'm pretty sure you would have seen them yesterday when the entire drama took place. Also, I think the number game is being shielded also because, one, there is a doubt over numbers, who is sitting where. There is one basic problem with the NCP. I think one should understand that NCP is unlike a cadre party or like BJP or the CPM, CPI, or unlike a Congress party, which has got a large name, history, legacy, and others. NCP always has been an association of leaders. I will call them aggregators in each area. Now, these aggregators come together and make a party called the NCP. So in a Bhandara Gondia area, you have a Praful Patel. If you remove Praful Patel, there is no NCP. Similarly, in Pune, you have Ajit Pawar and others. In Baramati and a lot of these adjoining areas, you got somebody like Supriya Sule and others. Remove them, there is virtually no NCP. Similarly, that's what happens that suddenly in Northeast, you will find NCP winning a seat. That's not because NCP is doing well. There is one leader who chose NCP as symbol and then won the seat. That's what happens in several states. In that kind of scenario, you will always find loyalty is very fluid. They may change very quickly this way or that way, and people must be weighing which aggregator should go which side. And that is why I think there is a lot of radio silence on who is going where. And I think that will happen only when the dust eventually settles down. I have spoken to few leaders, topmost leaders, who have quit the party, and some who have not but are maintaining that line. Say, for example, why Praful Patel left the party. Now, I have got it from Mr. Praful Patel also. What his indication broadly was that till a few days ago, Praful Patel was number 2 in the party. The day Sharad Pawar made that choice of anointing Supriya Sule as the working president, he did two things. He virtually pushed Praful Patel to be number 3 in the party, and by handing over Maharashtra, he undermined Praful Patel because Praful Patel was earlier handling Maharashtra. Now, this is a choice. Now, a lot of questions are being talked about how Sharad Pawar may be into it. I do not think so. I think there is no blessing. I think Sharad Pawar made a very conscious choice that it's been very long. He wants to settle his daughter, create a sense of party around her. And that is why he knew Ajit Pawar is going to do what he's going to do. Now, he didn't know. He knew. He definitely knew. All the drama was supposed to happen on Monday, but it happened on Sunday because Ajit Pawar and others realized that Pawar now knows what is going to happen. But the fact that Pawar did not do much, I think also means, and the manner in which Pawar is going around, using position to remove Praful Patel from the party is a very significant move. Why I say that? That way you remove the influence of a party. When you remove somebody from a party, you remove the person's influence in the party.
Well, there's going to be bloodshed in that sense if you're going to try and make your line of succession clear. But does Supriya Sule really have, carry the weight to pull it off is the big question, because you've had enough naysayers on the sidelines of that too. Having said that, Sahil Joshi, bringing you in, multiple developments every half hour. Either you are reporting from your bureau an appointment, a counter appointment, or a sacking or a counter sacking. What's going on?
Well, I would only say that, in the films, what you see is that a lot of times we take inspiration from the Hollywood stories and make, an adaptation of the Hollywood films in the Bollywood. And that is what we are seeing at this point of time. The only change is that the adaptation happens as per the Bollywood standards. What we have seen with Sound of Music in Hollywood and the adaptation of that particular film as a Parichay in Hindi by Gulzar is similarly what we are seeing. What happened last year, exactly it's being adopted for the NCP as well. The fight had just begun. The first stage of the fight was the Speaker's office. Both the sides have submitted their their letters to the Speaker. One faction removing the whip from the other faction appointing a leader of legislative party and removing the legislative party leader from the other faction. So Jayant Patil has been removed as a legislative party leader by Ajit Pawar fraction, and Sharad Pawar fraction has eventually decided to remove Anil Bhaidas Patil, who was the chief whip of the party, the legislative party, from Ajit Pawar's fraction. My concentration was on the press conference today, which Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and Chhagan Bhujbal had, in which Praful Patel made a very significant point. He said that they don't want to take this fight, they want to solve this amicably, they want to keep the party intact, but eventually, that is where this point comes. Eventually, who leads the party will be decided by the Election Commission, and that's what exactly happened with the Shiv Sena. Finally, this fight is going to move to the Election Commission. The Election Commission is going to recognize the split in the party, and only after that we will see that Election Commission will hold hearings, and finally they will come up with some kind of a decision. And now we have seen that in the case of Shiv Sena, the Election Commission has made it very clear that there is a triple test. The two tests among this particular triple test are kind of a failure. It is very difficult for Election Commission to judge it. I don't understand why the Election Commission has even kept those tests, because they always say that they do not have a machinery to understand that how many affidavits, who has filed applicability of that particular affidavit, etc., etc. So finally it comes down to who has more number of elected MLAs and who has more number of elected member of parliaments, and that is what the fight which is going on at this point of time.
Sahil, I'm going to go into a break, but I'm going to ask you a quick question, and I want to bring you in terms of numbers. What are your sources suggesting? How are they stacking up?
Well, I have spoken to both the fractions. Now, here is the situation of the claims by both the fractions. Sharad Pawar's fraction is claiming that they have 27 MLAs on their side. Okay, and Ajit Pawar fraction is claiming that they have 40 to 43 MLAs on their side, and Sharad Pawar eventually will land up only with around 10 to 12 MLAs, not more than that is what is being claimed by Ajit Pawar fraction. Now, we had our own system, and we tried to contact, we saw that some of the MLAs were actually present at the time of swearing in ceremony. They are being seen around with Ajit Pawar. So it comes down to around 25 to 27 MLAs at this point of time on Ajit Pawar's side, and around 13 to 14 MLAs we have been seeing who have tweeted, who have come out in open, who have spoken to the media and made it very clear that they are with Sharad Pawar. 14 MLAs are yet to be contacted. We tried to contact them, they didn't pick up our calls. We tried to speak to their people, they are not yet responding. Some of the MLAs who picked up the call said that they are yet to decide, they don't know what to do, they don't want to commit anything at this point of time. So these 14 people are at this point of time undecided, and that is the reason why it looks like that BJP is still playing it down. The BJP will come into the force, BJP will start talking about the whole thing when they will, they will be ensured
split right down the middle where the numbers are concerned.
More than 36 MLAs.
All right, so I'll stay with me on the other side of the break. Rajdeep Sardesai also joining us. A quick break to stay with us. Rolling coverage on what's really going down in Maharashtra. Stay with us.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
What if I told you 3 hours of a workout can be packed in just 20 minutes? I'm not even kidding. Sounds too good to be true. It actually is, because what I'm doing right now and about to learn from Dr. Garima Gaur is EMS training, where EMS is used along with my exercises to make sure that the 3-hour workshop fits into exactly 20 minutes. So all you lazy bees out there who say we don't have time for a workout, you cannot complain anymore because EMS training is here. So you don't need hours in the gym now to get yourself the best body that you aspire for. You can do it in just 20 minutes through this electromagnetic stimulation training. I'm exactly here to tell you how to do it. So Nitika and I will get it done now. Tell you how it feels as well. There's nothing to be scared of. It's beautiful. It's a lot of fun, and my review is going to follow.
Come on, come on, come on. Faster, 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 faster. We will perform jumping jacks in the next 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 4, 5. Amazing. 6, 7. Brilliant. 8, 9.
It's like this electric energy passing through my body, like the TENS machine and the EMS machine.
You really do not require any kind of workout gear for this. Whenever you go to the center to do your EMS training with your doctor who is going to be guiding you, they give you the gear and they do it strictly under medical supervision. So we just finished 20 minutes of an EMS training session, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 hours of a workout depending on what is the intensity of the electromagnetic pulses. Wonder I'm feeling so tired, but what is the science behind this? Why do you say that I did 4 hours of workout? Because I actually did 20 minutes of a workout.
So the science behind it is basically the dual firing of a muscle fiber. In a conventional workout, only 30% of the muscle fibers are being activated. However, with the EMS training suit, we ensure that there's an external stimulation also. This means that instead of just 30%, you will have 95% of your muscle fibers being stimulated and working out all at once.
Like I usually work out, but the time the stimulation went up, I could actually feel that, there is some extra effort I have to put in that workout. Those stimulations, which, I was like, oops, it's getting into me now. So at some point it was uncomfortable, but while working out, it was really nice.
We're doing this at the wellness company, and over here it costs 5,500 rupees thereabout plus taxes, but on an average you'll spend anywhere between 5,000 to 6,000 rupees depending on which center and which city you're going to. What's important to note is that you do not have to go overboard with this. The dosage of the electrical impulses are going to be tailored just for you. So don't try to do this at home. Do it strictly and strictly under doctor's supervision only.
Without getting your muscles contracted with weights, it is sending direct electrical signals in that muscles. It is a very advanced tool that helps in getting better contraction, resulting in a better workout. There are no side effects as such because it's just improving the quality of your workout.
You who've been following us in the Tech Today multiverse, you know that we are absolutely obsessed with all sorts of devices, big boy toys, what's happening in the world of artificial intelligence, regulation of AI and other emerging tech, the metaverse, what's happening on the enterprise side, cloud security, all of that fascinates us on Tech Today, and I'm guessing that's why you tune into our content. And sometimes we like to cover all sorts of different devices. Sorry, I think it's getting a little smoky in the Tech Today studio. Well, I have a friend with me in the studio today, the Xiaomi Smart Air Purifier 4. Now, honestly speaking, the studio is quite sorted. We've brought you all sorts of gimmicks before, but this one I've been using for the past few weeks, and honestly, it has been a game changer. Now here in the Tech Today studio, you have double digits AQI on the Xiaomi Smart Air Purifier 4. But I've been using this, like I said, for the past few days, and honestly, I am visibly impressed. Firstly, the fact that this device makes absolutely no sound. If you put it in automatic mode or sleep mode, you don't even know it's on, and it's on right now, and I'm guessing the microphone isn't catching the sound. If you put it in level 1, it's all right. What it is doing through its filtration system is that it's taking all the air, the surrounding air, 360 degrees, taking it in through a 3-stage filtration system and then putting out clean air into the room. Well, Xiaomi claims that this particular device can purify a room nearly 20 meters square in size in under 10 minutes. It does manage to bring down AQI levels to single digits. Now, that's a true value. It is absolutely fascinating that a device for 15,000 rupees can do this. And I'll tell you how they're making this possible. When you look at this particular device, yes, it's got this polka dotted design, but that's not just to make it look kind of cool. This small box-like structure takes in all the surrounding lit matter, sucks it in from here. There's a high-quality activated carbon right here. Then there's Xiaomi's high-efficiency filter inside, and then a primary filter. So if you're talking about pet hair, pollen, dust, smoke, dander, cotton fiber, well, this particular device claims that it can filter all of that. Now, it's also got a feature called negative air ionization. In simple parlance, what that essentially means when you turn it on, and it's as good in terms of purifying the air even if you've turned it off, but a lot of air purifiers do offer this feature, and now the Xiaomi one does as well. Well, what this feature essentially does is that these ions will latch on to, say, some pollutants maybe behind your furniture, some dust particles or smoke which isn't visible to the naked eye, and then while latching onto them will then bring them down to a lower height. Now, the fact that it has this high quality carbon on the inside also means that it removes all the unnecessary odors from the air, especially the stuff that lingers around when you're cooking perhaps. You know, if you have an open kitchen, then this can be very helpful. And honestly, it's not a gimmick, because if you keep viewing this particular LED screen, which is quite bright in the night, while the entire setup is almost silent at night, this is something you can see from a distance as well. And it becomes quite obsessive because you keep checking, saying, you know, what is the AQI level or the air quality index inside that particular room.
The world comes together at Sharda University. Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan. SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let's now cut across to the Maharashtra Assembly. What does it look like? Exactly like this right now, the way things have been split where the NCP is concerned. Look right on top, 15 MLAs of the NCP are undecided. What about the rest? Well, take a look on how the 288-member assembly in Maharashtra looks like. Where the BJP is concerned, 106. Where the Shiv Sena, which is the Eknath Shinde's party, aligning with the BJP at 44. The NCP, which is the Ajit Pawar's faction. Well, what we've been given to understand right now, 24 of the 54 cumulative MLAs of the NCP sit on the side of the BJP, others 21, which are with the BJP incumbent government. Let's now go across to the other side there, which is the Congress at 44. Well, by this account, it is the Congress which should ideally have the leader of opposition and not the NCP, because the Congress is at 44. The Sharad Pawar faction now sits at 14 there. Sena UBT, which is the Uddhav faction, at 12. However, others here are 8, but 15 are undecided where the NCP is concerned. So this is what it really pans out as of now. Currently, will these numbers stay? Absolutely not. There's going to be a lot of shift where the NCP is concerned between these two factions. One of them, which is, of course, the party president Sharad Pawar. This is the NCP faction, where the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned. The party president is Sharad Pawar. However, the new Ajit Pawar's faction, party president as acknowledged Sunil Tatkare, where numbers are concerned, where the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned right now in terms of numbers of 54 is the strength of the NCP in the Maharashtra State Assembly. 14 is what our Mumbai Bureau has come to a number which have openly pledged support for Sharad Pawar. However, 15 are sitting on the fence, and those 15 could be a decider. Ajit Pawar's claim over 40 MLAs, what we are given to understand by our sources, 24 with them. When will there be clarity in this? Let's cut across to Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, getting us more on that. Sahil, when do you see some clarity come in terms of numbers? Next 24 hours, 48 hours, or it's going to go all the way back to the meeting where both factions have called on the 5th of July?
Well, 5th of July is going to be the D-Day, because that is the day when all the MLAs in NCP will have to take a stand. They cannot hide behind, they will decide later, all that stuff, because both the meetings are going to be on the same day. So it is also not a possibility that on 5th of July, because MLAs can do anything. On 5th of July, they might attend one meeting, and on 6th of July, if there is another meeting, they may just switch over to the other meeting. That is not going to be the possibility. On 5th of July, they will have to be either at Sharad Pawar's meeting or at the meeting called by Ajit Pawar. So that is going to be very clear. That day, the number game will be clear, and on the basis of that, the future fight will happen. Now, the main fight is going to be in the Speaker's chamber, because Speaker will finally have to decide, as per the Supreme Court ruling, that which exactly is the real political party. The number of MLAs doesn't matter there. That's very clear. The Supreme Court verdict, the constitutional bench verdict, has made it very clear that the political party appoints the whip, and as the 10th schedule exists and the anti-defection law exists, if the MLAs which are in number of 2/3, the majority doesn't apply, the whip applies finally. So he will have to first decide that who is going to be the political party. I don't think that the Speaker will be in a hurry to decide that anytime soon. The way the Shiv Sena verdict by the Speaker is yet to happen. It's been more than a year, but still it is pending at the Speaker's chamber. So that, I think that is going to continue for more. Meanwhile, there will be a fight in the Election Commission, because that is going to be the crucial fight. Whenever there will be, right now, immediately there is no election, but eventually, whenever there will be maybe a by-poll or a local corporation election, that is the time when the Election Commission will be addressed, and that is the time when it will be decided by the Election Commission that which fraction is the true NCP, which has happened with NCP before, when P.A. Sangma actually split with Sharad Pawar over his decision of going back with the Congress in 1999, and that fight also went on for a couple of years, and eventually then Sharad Pawar won that fight and retained the name of the NCP as well as the symbol. So he has to go through the same fight again. So basically on the 5th of July, that is what is going to happen, and that is till now, all this is posturing that we are removing so and so from the party, we are removing him from the position, we are appointing our own person. All that stuff is going to happen till then, but it will get only a legal or a technical sanctity when either the Speaker or the Election Commission eventually will take a final decision with respect to this.
I just want to bring in, because there are many questions. One of them we've just posed out there. Can Supriya Sule carry the weight as Pawar's successor? Because many would suggest what has really gone down is something that Mr. Sharad Pawar knew would happen, and possibly on his watch. He is 84. He wanted the succession to shift to Supriya Sule in a clear fashion. Rahul Srivastav, let me bring you in. We're talking about a political outfit, the NCP, that has rarely stayed out of power. It's a party which is used to being in power. Having said that, your conversation with Mr. Praful Patel suggesting one thing clear: it wasn't taken down well, the fact that Supriya Sule has been clearly deemed in a dynasty move of sorts as the successor to Mr. Pawar.
Yes, Preeti, I think this is the trouble with dynastic outfits. Last time around when Ajit Pawar made the move, Sharad Pawar was fully in control, and leaders like Praful Patel and several others knew that their accountability and future lay with Sharad Pawar. But having handed over the baton to Supriya Sule, I think he made a very distinct choice, and perhaps reduce the elbow room for people like Praful Patel and others, that which way do they go from here now, because eventually they will be reporting to Supriya Sule in future, and also they may not have much to do. Remember the fact that what did Ajit Pawar have more or less in his hands? He did want to become the state president, and that was not given to him. Praful Patel was managing Maharashtra. So what would have meant for Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel? That in future their say in number of people getting tickets, both for Assembly and Lok Sabha, might have gone down. Now that is what eventually Sahil was saying goes to the Election Commission in terms of control of the party. It is a battle for that control. Unlike the Shiv Sena one last time around, in Maharashtra, the numerical clarity was there, that they had the larger numbers. The speaker could make a very clear choice. But this time around, the numbers are doubtful. But there is a problem that you cannot have, the speaker can identify the breakaway faction as a separate entity, but has to give a ruling that eventually who's who. For the time being, somebody can be chief whip of X faction and Y faction, but the speaker eventually will have to make a decision. He can delay it as long as he wants to, and Ajit Pawar can continue being the deputy chief minister. But the fact is, the eventual battle goes to the Election Commission. While the Election Commission rulings and others can be challengeable by the governor, this time there is no governor, remember. This time it's a speaker whose decision cannot be challenged in the courts. So one will have to wait and see which way does this crisis go and what the speaker does. I think the next move by the speaker is going to be very telling. It will define how many numbers and who is going to be the real NCP.
Right. Dr. Shastri, you want to make a point, and when we are talking about Ms. Supriya...
I want to make a point.
Okay, Sahil, hold on. Sandeep Shastri, but just give me 2 minutes. Sandeep Shastri, you want to make a point quickly, Sandeep Shastri?
No, I think the point which Rahul just now made, I think there are multiple chambers in which this decision is going to be made. You have the legislature party meeting, you have the speaker's chamber, you have the election commission, you have the court, and ultimately you have the streets where the supporters of the party will decide. And I think this game is going to play out in a long way across all these chambers. You may have the legislature party meeting on 5th, then the speaker will take his own time to take a decision. The election commission will take its decision. I'm sure it will go to the court at some point of time. And then as elections come on the street, what happens with regard to the NCP supporters? I think all these factors will have to be budgeted in. It's not just a numbers game. We should not look at the political fight in Maharashtra only from the lens of numbers. I think the fact of who controls power is, I think, equally critical in how this game is likely to play out.
Well, Sahil, you want to make a point, but in all of this, if who controls power when there is somebody like a Sharad Pawar, we've seen him play his hand before. But go ahead.
Well, what Mr. Shastri said, the last point is going to be really critical, because eventually this fight is going to be fought in the elections. On whose side the party's vote base is going to go. I agreed with Rahul Srivastava when I was hearing to what he was saying. I was listening to what he was saying on your first question. That yes, the NCP is a party of the satraps. Now we have to understand that how the NCP is formed. NCP is not formed the way Janasangh or the BJP or the Congress has been formed. The NCP was formed because Sharad Pawar was thrown out of the Congress, and finally he decided that, okay, I will have to form my own party. The people who believed in him, the MLAs, the leaders who believed in him in Maharashtra, decided to go with Sharad Pawar and then remained with the Sharad Pawar. So this is the party which is formed by Sharad Pawar. Eventually, all the decisions, there is no number 2, there is no number 3, there is no number 4, there is no number 5. There is only number 1, that is Sharad Pawar, who is to take a final call about a lot of things, almost everything in Nationalist Congress Party. Yes, Praful Patel was his man Friday. He used to be consulted. He used to follow the orders by Sharad Pawar, and he had his say in the parties. Equally, even Ajit Pawar had the say. But now what changed? This was brewing. We knew that this is going to happen eventually. Someday this is going to happen. We just didn't know the timing, and why this time has been chosen. That is something is going to be really important. Why this time has been chosen? There is a full-fledged majority government is in place in Maharashtra at this point of time. 169 MLAs are supporting the Shinde and Fadnavis government, but despite that, why they needed Ajit Pawar? That is the question. They needed Ajit Pawar because it looks like that it's not enough. They have to win the Lok Sabha elections. This arrangement has been made so that the NDA can have more than 40 seats in Maharashtra in the Lok Sabha elections, and that added number can only be, they can only get it if if people like Ajit Pawar can come to them, and if they can bring in some 5 to 7% of the vote share to them, only then the BJP and the NDA will be able to cross 40% of the vote share, is what is being talked about.
So the game is not so much as a local MLA or a state level politics. It's a larger scale which goes and plays into 2024, because even if it is a 6% of the vote that NCP brings, with a limited amount of Ajit Pawar influence, that could really shift scales dramatically. Rahul Srivastava, I want to bring you in as well, because with what Sahil says, let's even look at the 24 picture. It's also happening in a larger narrative of what's going down right now in Maharashtra, because on the sidelines of it, there are already murmurs. Eknath Shinde is holding an all-party meet because he's got leaders who are now griping, saying, when are you going to accommodate us? You've got 8 ministers coming in from the NCP. Is there going to be a shift in power equations there as well, is a question that we've asked here, and we'll put it out. The other thing, Rahul Srivastava, also what coming in, this could be just chatter on the sideline. Maybe Sahil can add to it as well. The sheer fact, now there's word coming in that the brothers, Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray, possibly might unite.
See, Preeti, this Chacha Beta and Chacha nephew daughter, that Shiv Sena and I think Raj Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, Ajit Pawar and Supriya, lot of similarities. I think the Raj Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray element is slightly difficult to achieve, but that's another story. See, there were total 43 berths as far as the Maharashtra Assembly is concerned. 23 earlier were vacant. Now 9 of them have gone. So you technically have 14 of them left as far as the Council of Ministers is concerned for Mr. Eknath Shinde. Now, earlier, what we had heard from BJP sources, that Eknath Shinde was pushing for 11 of those 23 which were available, and rest going to the BJP and minor allies. But now it seems that there could well be not more than 6 coming the way of Eknath Shinde. That could well be trouble. But given the fact that Eknath Shinde's bargaining power has gone down, we will have to see what kind of noises they create. Remember also one fact. I think a lot is being said about how BJP may edge out Eknath Shinde. I don't think so. I really don't think so. The Eknath Shinde faction, as Sahil is saying, that BJP is aggregating votes. Remember, the BJP has complicated the picture in Maharashtra as a political party for the assembly for the Lok Sabha elections. So it does not want Eknath Shinde to be feeling slighted or undermined. That is why I will say BJP will hold on to Eknath Shinde, because Eknath Shinde is the one who is a part claimant to the Shiv Sena legacy. It may bring them that percentage of votes, which will eventually help the BJP cross the 40% mark. So why is this theory floating around? I think the BJP will be talking to Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde may not push. Remember, last time around, Shiv Sena did well because of the alliance with the BJP. So can Eknath Shinde throw around his weight and complain against the BJP, because he knows that eventually tomorrow he will like to have members of parliament in Lok Sabha, and that is why he needs to go with the BJP. I think there are a lot of confusion, complications which are emerging. They may settle, but I think eventually only thing to be seen is the number game. Who has more MLAs?
Two closing comments, Dr. Sandeep Shastri. Maharashtra is one of those 5 states which possibly the BJP had swept. It was also a state with its 48 seats in Lok Sabha, because we are talking about the larger picture right now, that the Congress and the united opposition hoped to capitalize on, keeping the current sentiment in mind. How much does this move change that equation? Dr. Shastri, can you hear me? Okay, we'll come to Dr. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I couldn't get your question, Preeti, if you could just...
Sir, just final comments, because 48 seats was what Maharashtra has in Lok Sabha. It was one of the states in the last election swept by the BJP. This time around, united opposition was hoping to make inroads there. How do you see things change from here on?
Yeah, Preeti, this is exactly the point I made in my first comment. I think this whole fight which you see happening in Maharashtra is linked to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, with 48 seats from Maharashtra and with the opinion polls indicating that the NDA was not doing as well as the opposition alliance. I think it was important for the BJP to somewhere break
smart,
that alliance and bring forces from their side.
astute move there. I'm sorry I'm cutting you short, but I just want to quickly bring in Sahil for a quick comment as well. Go ahead, Sahil. You've been wanting to make a point.
No, I'm just trying to say that, the way things happened in Shiv Sena and when we count the vote, the problem with the Maharashtra is that there are no floating votes available. The people have already made up their mind. If you see the consecutive elections from 2014 to 2019, the votes have remained constant. The BJP and Shiv Sena have got 43% vote share, whereas the Congress and NCP has got 34 to 36% of the vote share. So the vote share has always been constant. There is no floating vote. And somewhere the system, BJP has now disrupted the system. First it was Sharad Pawar and now the BJP has disrupted the system. So that vote share, shifting of vote share is going to be the key, and whether Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde are going to add 10 to 12% vote to the BJP's tally of 27 to 28% vote is going to be the key. If they are unable to do that, then they will be useless for the BJP in future.
Well, that's what's interesting because viewers, okay, let's say what we've come down to the end of this conversation. Thank you, the three gentlemen, for joining us. And that is, it's really not about the numbers in terms of MLAs. It's really nothing to do how the state assembly is poised. It's got possibly everything to do with 2024. Because if an Ajit Pawar, even with just about a 6% vote share where the NCP is concerned, not all, just of his area of influence, pushes it back and brings it to the BJP, then it could be advantage the BJP. So with that, a quick break. We're going to keep the spotlight on Maharashtra and the developments. On the other side is Rahul Kamal taking the story forward.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Raina is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing the meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said, Robin Raina knew he had great results and he still priced the issue at a low amount and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is so far this year going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up. by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees.
Sacking, shake-up and political saga. Non-stop Pawar play for 48 hours and counting. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear. Ajit Pawar declares he is the real NCP.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार.
Mahagadi versus Mahayuti. Big focus on News Track.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 28. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Panji is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 76. Ahmedabad is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 74. Bhopal is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 53. Jaipur is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 185.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Roz Khao Ande.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Who will win the Pawar versus Pawar Mahabharat? And what impact will this have on the big battle for 2024? That's my top focus on the news track.
Sacking, shake-up and political saga. Non-stop Pawar play for 48 hours and counting. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear. Ajit Pawar declares he is the real NCP.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार.
Mahagadi versus Mahayuti. Big focus on News Track.
Jitendra Awad, Chhagan Bhujbal, Prithviraj Chavan, some of the key movers and shakers in Maharashtra politics will be joining me live on the news track. Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew Ajit and 8 other rebels. Ajit declares he is the real NCP. Ajit Pawar needs 36 MLAs to evade the anti-defection law. Maharashtra quake, tremors in Bihar. State BJP president claims many MLAs unhappy with Nitish Kumar. Round 2 of the United Opposition meet, which was to be held in Bengaluru, has been postponed. CBI files charge sheet in the land for job scam. Lalu, Rabri and Tejaswi Yadav are named. Parliamentary panel on the Uniform Civil Code meets in the capital. BSP and Uddhav Sena back One Nation, One Law. Congress questions the timing. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in the Liquorgate case. The Pawar play has been going on for 36 hours and counting now. The critical question at this moment, how many MLAs will Ajit Pawar be able to swing to his side? It seems at the moment that 24 MLAs are certainly with Ajit Pawar. 15 MLAs seem undecided. The others at this moment seem to be siding with Sharad Pawar. Our top story tonight has Sahil Joshi and our Mumbai team try and decode what's been happening behind the scenes and where the numbers game stands at this moment.
A battle of perception. A battle of numbers. A battle of the Pawars. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as new Deputy CM of Maharashtra, the war over who's the real NCP is peaking. A day after he made it clear he did not approve of the rebellion, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, in a symbolic message to his rivals, visited the memorial of his mentor and state's first CM, Yashwant Rao Sawan, in Karad. The NCP patriarch blamed the BJP for the crisis in his party.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या माध्यमातून समाजामध्ये जातीमध्ये धर्मामध्ये एक प्रकारचं वेगळं वातावरण तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातो.
Sharad Pawar isn't holding back. He's cracked the whip now and ordered the disqualification of Lok Sabha MP Sunil Tatkare and Rajya Sabha member Praful Patel for indulging in anti-party activities. NCP approached the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker and the Election Commission, appointing Jitendra Wad as the new NCP Chief Whip and Leader of Opposition.
आणि हे शरद पवारांचे कालचे पत्र ज्यामध्ये सुनील तटकरे आणि प्रफुल्ल पटेल यांना पक्षातून निलंबित करण्यात आलेलं आहे. तुम्हाला पक्षातून निलंबित केलेले असताना तुम्हाला नेतृत्व म्हणजे तुम्हाला एकतर कायदेशीर अधिकारच नाहीत नेमणुका करण्याचे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये सुद्धा.
Meanwhile, Ajit Pawar has been a busy man, holding meets with his loyalists and then meeting with Devendra Fadnavis as well. The breakaway NCP faction also appointed Sunil Tatkare as the state party chief.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्याबरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे.
So who's got the edge now out of the Pawars? Out of the total 53 NCP MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly, India Today has learned that Ajit Pawar's camp had 24 MLAs, while Pawar camp had 14 MLAs, while 15 of them were still undecided.
The anti-defection law says that a group of lawmakers can only leave a party to join another party when they have support of at least 2/3 of the majority of the total MLAs from the original party. As per this rule, Ajit Pawar needs backing of more than 36 MLAs out of 54 which got elected in 2019 assembly polls. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, Ritvik Bhalekar, India Today, Mumbai.
Let's take a quick look at how the Maharashtra Assembly stands at this moment. Remember, the situation is fluid and things could still change. But as things stand this evening, Out of the 288-member Maharashtra Assembly, the BJP, Shiv Sena, NCP, or the part that is with the NDA, seems to have the support of 195 MLAs. The MVA is now reduced to 78. 145 is the majority mark. The BJP, Sena, NCP comfortably in the lead. But in the NCP numbers, which are part of the NDA now, there are 24 who are definitely in Ajit Pawar's camp. In the meetings that he's been doing, 24 MLAs seem to be coming to his camp. On the Sharad Pawar side, there are definitely 14 MLAs who've declared publicly that they are on the side of Sharad Pawar. 10 more MLAs are on Ajit Pawar's side at the moment. But the balance of power is with these 15. These 15 MLAs who at this moment don't seem to have taken an open position are the ones who will decide which way the pendulum in Maharashtra in the NCP really swings. If they go over to the Sharad Pawar NCP, then Sharad Pawar's NCP will be at 29, and therefore the Ajit Pawar NCP at 24 will not be able to get 2/3, which they need to be able to split the NCP. However, if these 15 MLAs or most of them go towards the Ajit Pawar camp, then the NCP of Ajit Pawar will be at 39. That is more than the 36 required, which is the 2/3 point. Remember, there are 53 total NCP MLAs. Ajit Pawar needs 53, requires 2/3 of that number, which is 36, to be able to get the NCP Ghadi and the NCP symbol and name. So that's where things stand at this moment. Two key newsmakers joining me live on the news track. With us is Jitendra Ahwad. He is one of the critical players. He's been just announced as leader of the opposition in the NCP. He's been made in charge. Of course, Ajit Pawar wants to suspend him. Sharad Pawar says he's his man. And Prithviraj Chavan joins us, senior Congress leader, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. I want to go across to Prithviraj Chavan first. Mr. Chavan, at this moment, from what the numbers seem to suggest, Ajit Pawar has more MLAs on his side than does Sharad Pawar. Last time, Sharad Pawar was able to outmaneuver his nephew. This time, it is the nephew who seems to be in the driver's seat and is more likely to be able to win this Pawar versus Pawar battle than last time.
Well, you said Ajit Pawar has more MLAs. That may be so, but it's not enough to have just more MLAs. It is important that Mr. Ajit Pawar should get more than 2/3 MLA.
Correct.
So out of a legislative party of 53 members, Ajit Pawar has to have minimum of 36 MLAs. Whether he has number 36 MLAs or not will decide whether he'll be disqualified from the House or he'll continue to be a minister in the present dispensation. So the final word is not out. Nobody is clear about who's got whose support. Many people, many MLAs are supporting both sides. As they go back to their constituencies and find out the ground reality, they're switching back. I think many MLAs who initially supported Mr. Ajit Pawar have switched over to Sharad Pawar ji over the period of today. Only the first day after this.
How many MLAs do you think have switched over out of the 24 MLAs that Ajit Pawar says he has?
That is important is even 2 MLAs switch over, that is enough, because the critical number is 36, and I don't think Mr. Ajit Pawar has 36.
You know, that's one way of looking at it, Mr. Chavan. The other fact is that even without these 24 MLAs, and I'll just have the numbers game up on our screen again, the NDA is still comfortably placed in Maharashtra, and therefore it's only about the future of the NCP and whether Ajit Pawar. Yes,
there is no doubt about the majority of the NDA. NDA continues to enjoy the majority. They will have the chief minister, whoever they want. We are discussing whether the split in the NCP has been formalized, whether the split has given Ajit Pawar a clear 2/3 majority, and then he survives the disqualification test. But if he doesn't have 2/3 number, he is disqualified. He fails to remain as a member of legislature.
No, sure, but the biggest electoral challenge at this moment is the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And the BJP's calculation is, thanks to the NCP leaders they've now got on their side, 11 Lok Sabha seats are now stronger than they were. At least on 11 seats, Ajit Pawar and the crew that's come with him make the BJP's position stronger in the Lok Sabha battle, which means your effort at forging opposition unity, bringing disparate opposition parties together, has suffered a blow regardless of the future of the NCP?
No. I won't argue it that way. If NCP fails to prove the two-thirds majority, all these MLAs get disqualified, then their political value becomes zero. So a very crucial issue is whether the BJP in its actions of splitting NCP, splitting MVA, weakening MVA, have they succeeded in? They have offered big plum posts to the NCP breakaway group. But if they are not able to get the support of 36 MLAs, they get disqualified.
Sir, but the political value doesn't become zero, sir, because the critical thing right now is the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Even if some of them have to go back and fight afresh under a new name, that can still happen. In the Lok Sabha elections, the opposition's effort at forging unity is weakened.
The clout of Mr. Ajit Pawar as the deputy CM and the clout of Mr. Ajit Pawar as nobody, not even an MLA. These are two different things. So let Mr. Ajit Pawar prove his majority, a two-thirds majority, 36 members. Then, of course, he'll continue to become minister. Then, of course, people on the ground assembly level will decide whether there is a treachery involved in this whole operation. And the way BJP is bringing down elected governments in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Goa, Maharashtra, then again in Maharashtra, people have not liked it. You've seen what happened in Karnataka. So don't take it for granted that if you make somebody a minister, you're ensured of Lok Sabha victory. Karnataka is before you.
Now, the calculation in opposition, in your opposition, seems to be that you've had to postpone your Bengaluru meeting because of the embarrassment of what happened in Maharashtra, that if you'd met soon after Maharashtra, that would have been the focus. Therefore, you've said it's safer to push it till later or maybe even after the monsoon session. Is that correct?
No, I don't think. Meeting was slated to be in Shimla, but Shimla, weather-wise, it was not considered practical. Then, therefore, the venue was changed to Bangalore. And see, 18 people we have to seek convenience of 18 parties. Everybody may not agree on a date. They have different issues. Some people have assembly elections, assembly sessions and all that. So, mutually convenient date will be found out. NCP just one member of the 18-17 party alliance. There are problems in NCP. Yes, we take it for granted. We understand that. But there are 17 other parties, large parties. So
now, I interviewed Praful Patel yesterday and he was saying that in Patna, many of these leaders were abusing each other behind closed doors. He was part of the Patna deliberations. He said it's impossible for them to come together.
No, that is wishful thinking. But we are coming together with the sole objective of defeating Mr. Modi in the 24th election. We are coming together. There are differences. The whole purpose of getting together is to sort out these differences. What's wrong with people air their differences together and try to find a solution, amicable solution to differences? That's the whole purpose of meeting together.
I'll leave it over there for the time being. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Prithviraj Chavan, for joining us on the News Track. Thank you very much. You're exuding confidence. Let's see how the cookie crumbles in the end. I want to go across to Jitendra Awad. He's been nominated to be the leader of the opposition by the NCP, provided Sharad Pawar ends up holding the reins to the NCP. Mr. Awad, welcome in many senses. You're amongst the last men standing. You're holding that mic as if you were wielding a sword. Give us your sense of how the numbers game in the Pawar versus Pawar Mahabharat stand at this moment. Who do you think is likely to prevail, uncle or nephew, and why?
Very clear that only now 9 have taken oath. So that can be taken as a revolt or whatever it is, defection.
So you're suggesting that Ajit Pawar will have no more than 9 because the data put together by the Mumbai team of India today seems to suggest that 24 MLAs are with Ajit Pawar at this time, 14 are on the side of Sharad Pawar, 15 are undecided. You're thinking it's only 9?
Yes, 100%.
You see the meetings that happened at Ajit Pawar's residence and those who've come out and supported Ajit Pawar, that's much more than 9. You know, at least 20, I mean, our calculation is 24, but at least 20 MLAs have very clearly indicated that they at this time are on Ajit Pawar's side. So that's the reality and the writings on the wall.
It is not the confidence, it's the truth. Because after he started his campaign and probably his idea to face the revolt by the breakaway faction from Karhad, and the way people are responding, I think everybody will naturally say that it is a matter of survival for us and we can't take Sharad Pawar head on. So let's go back to him and say, okay, we are with you, sir.
No, you're counting on the halo around Sharad Pawar, and it's true, the great Maratha warrior has won many a political battle in his life, but he's now 83, age is failing him, and at this time, there are many like Praful Patel, Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare who seem to be calculating that Sharad Pawar is the past and Ajit Pawar is the present and the future.
How does it matter? A man with a willpower who himself decides to fight doesn't think of his age when he knows what his age is. It is not we who are telling him to fight. It is he who is telling us, let's come on, go, get up and we have to fight.
Have you spoken to Sharad Pawar since what he's calling a robbery took place in his house? What is his mental outlook at this moment? Is he confident he can outwit Ajit Pawar again?
No, I have not spoken to him the way, but I have been hearing him, and he is sad that people have failed to execute what he really thought in politics. His political ideology, his thoughts about Maharashtra have been not taken too far by the people whom he thought was his second line.
Sir, but his political actions also suggest a father's failing in picking his daughter. Many would argue that Ajit Pawar was the man on the ground, the leader well connected with the party cadre, also with voters in Maharashtra. And therefore, and Supriya Sule, with all respect to her, had done politics more at the center. It was Ajit Pawar who thought he was being groomed to take over. In the end, the father chose his daughter over his nephew, and that clearly irked Ajit Pawar no end.
But according to my gathering of information and my knowledge about Maharashtra politics, Mr. Ajit Pawar was never ever interested in national politics.
But somebody had to be chosen to run the party. Ajit Pawar was sulking. Supriya Sule was made in charge. When that press conference happened, Ajit Pawar quietly in one corner, Supriya Sule, and at that time, ironically, Praful Patel in the limelight. And that's something that had been building up. This was a rebellion that had been in the making for more than a year.
No, but she was never chosen to lead the party in Maharashtra. No. In fact, after the formation of Rashtravari Congress in 1999, the shots were always called by Shri Ajit Pawar, nobody else. At times, Mr. Sharad Pawar had to bend his decision to listen to Ajit Pawar. That we have seen every time. So Ajit Pawar was the most important party member.
From your perspective, what do you think went wrong? Why couldn't Sharad Pawar keep Ajit Pawar on board? Why did the nephew choose to walk away?
See, that probably I am not aware of. I am too small a party worker to understand what went wrong between them. But as far as I know, the ideological conflict is, that is what I see the reason of factionalism.
You're just being modest there, Mr. Awad, calling yourself a small leader. You're anything but. You've just been picked by the Sharad Pawar camp as the leader of the opposition. If that goes through, that's a big leg up for you. There's a meeting that's been called on the 5th of July. How many MLAs are you expecting to side with Sharad Pawar? How many MPs are likely to be on your side? Who do you think will win the battle to be the real NCP?
We are not yet on numbers because I am quite influenced by the Supreme Court judgment, which says that it is not legislature party who decides the political party. The political party of the political party formation depends on some other test than the only test which has now been talked on, the legislature party. Legislature party is no test for a political party.
Just stay with me for a moment, Mr. Awad. I also want to welcome now India's #1 pollster, Access My India chief, Pradeep Gupta, who's joining us in a moment from now. I'm going to go across to Pradeep Gupta and try and understand from him the impact this will have on the Lok Sabha election. Stay with me for a moment, Pradeep. I want to ask the same question to Jitendra Awad first. What impact do you think, Mr. Awad, before Pradeep answers that question, do you think this whole Mahabharat could have on the Lok Sabha elections next year?
It will have a bad impact on people who have on this treachery. People are not happy with the way politics is going on in Maharashtra. This Ayaram, Gayaram kind of politics of before 1985 has been brought back through a backdoor entry. People are not liking it. And I think Karnataka was a good example for it. And you will see better example in Madhya Pradesh also. People are not liking the way the governments are being pulled down. And see, last whole year, Maharashtra was under instability. We are not talking about price rise. We are not talking about unemployment. We are not talking about GDP. We are not talking about anything which interests the common citizen's interest. We are talking about something else which is only political. Without a humanitarian touch in politics, has no meaning at all.
Jitendra Awad, I see you're emotional and swelling up, but you know, Chhagan Bhujbal's gone, Praful Patel's gone, Sunil Tatkare is gone. Jitendra Awad is amongst the very few well-known, prominent leaders who are still batting for Sharad Pawar. Why did you pick Sharad Pawar over Ajit?
Well, when I started my politics in 1986, as a kid, his ideology is what I adored. And today also I adore him for his ideology. A man who understands the social character of Maharashtra, a man who knows how to treat women and give them their rights, a man who understands Ambedkar and Shahu, a man who follows Phule's ideology. There is no other than Sharad Pawar. And so I am with him.
Okay, I'll leave it there. It's an emotional moment for you. Emotions aside, let's see who wins the Pawar play. You're batting for Sharad Pawar. Thank you, Jitendra Awad, for joining us. I want to go across to India's #1 pollster, Pradeep Gupta of Access My India. He joins me now live on the news track. And before I go across to Pradeep, I just want to walk across to the wall and show you the NCP vote share and seat share across elections. So let's take a look at how the NCP as a party in a united form has fared. This is the NCP vote share. We're going back to 1999 when the NCP had 23% of the vote share. Since then, there's been a declining trend, but even at its worst, the NCP has about 16% vote share. So the figure in 2019 was 17%. Remember, this is Sharad Pawar plus Ajit Pawar and the NCP united. This is vote share. Let's now look at the seat share of the NCP. They had 58 seats in 1999. 2004, they were actually in front and ahead of the Congress. That's when Ajit Pawar could have been made Chief Minister, and he felt betrayed because he wasn't made Chief Minister at that time, and neither was he made Chief Minister in 2009. In 2004, in fact, the NCP was the #1 party. It came down to 41 in 2014, and in 2019, the NCP stood at 54 seats. Let's look at all the parties of Maharashtra now. Vote share and seat share. Remember, they fight or have fought in the past as part of an alliance, and therefore it's very difficult to get an actual estimate of the political strength of that party because it's NCP plus Congress. So this is an aggregate vote. But if I were, just for the purpose of this conversation, to break up the party-wise vote share, the BJP in the last assembly election stood at 26, the Congress at 16, the NCP at 17, the Shiv Sena at 17, and others at 25. Let's look at the seat share broken up for the different parties. The BJP at 105, the Congress at 44, the NCP at 54, the Shiv Sena at 66. Pradeep Gupta, it is very difficult to be able to, at this moment when the situation is as fluid as it is, to gauge what the impact on 2014 will be. But you are constantly on the ground amongst the voters as part of your tracker polls. What's the best sense that you can pick up? You're also in Mumbai. From what you're seeing happen around you, if I were to go back to the seat share numbers and the vote share numbers of the NCP, how do you think these two factions are likely to fare in the next Lok Sabha and Assembly elections? Pradeep Gupta.
Yeah, so Rahul, there are two very basic things over here. One is the social, political, and psychological thing, and the other is sheer numbers and the arithmetic. So let me go first to the social political scenario. Here, the NCP seems to get splitted, but the most important point in any party for that matter is founder is there. There is a difference between founder and follower. So founder is very much there in this case, and that too, the stature of Sharad Pawar, which everybody knows, So in any political party, there are four very basic things. One is the founder or the president, the whole and soul, and then the MLAs and MPs and the office bearers, and then the party cadre and the organization, and then after all the people who elect or who decide which side they are. So this is very important here. And when it comes to NCP, at this point of time, what we can see is, let's talk one by one. Founder is very much there on grounded. And he is very, very tall leader. There is not a single % doubt on that. Coming to the MLAs and MP, it is MPs. As far as MPs go, it seems 50-50% kind of 2 or 2-3 kind of a thing. But MLA also, if you see, as you mentioned some time back, only 24 seems to be on the side of Ajit as of now, out of 53 or 54. So this is the equation at this point of time. Not even half the mark is crossed, and they need to cross at least 2/3 mark to avoid the anti-defection law. So this is the scenario on the social political front. Now, let's talk about the arithmetic as you want to know. 1 year back, in Maharashtra, the situation was 3:1, meaning Shiv Sena, NCP, Congress one side, BJP other side. And last year, what had happened? Shiv Sena got split, and large section of Shiv Sena MLAs and MPs shifted to this side, which is NDA or UT, we call it in Maharashtra. So that time, the equation was 2.5 versus 1.5 for the simple arithmetic reason. Uddhav and some UBT remains with this MVA and NCP and Congress. I call it 2.5, which actually arithmetically is 62% versus 38%. So this was the equation till yesterday. Now, what had happened? NCP, another section comes and joined this side of the government, which is the UT government, though it seems 2:2. But in reality, we'll have to wait and see whether, like Shiv Sena, how many MLAs switching the sides and coming this side of the Ajit Pawar side. And I just take it for the granted, it would be then 2.5:1.5. When I say 1.5, quarter of NCP, if that is the case, same like Shiv Sena, the larger section of the MLAs and MPs switch the side and come this side, then it will be quarter plus quarter and the Congress, which is coming to 1.5 versus 2.5. So this is the arithmetic at this point of time, what you see on the ground.
2.5 versus 1.5 would suggest the BJP benefits. Syed Zafar Islam is joining us, and I'll put this question to him in a moment, but I want you to respond, because the primary concern is, because the likes of Kirit Somaiya, for example, have been doing press conference after press conference alleging that the same people who are now part of the Mahayuti, the NDA in Maharashtra, are actually corrupt, and now they're on the side of the BJP. Does this matter at all? Perception, corruption, fair play, morality? Or do you think jiski lathi uski bhains, if you're strong on the ground, you can bring voters on your side, public perception be damned?
No, Rahul,
no, one second. I'm asking that question to Pradeep Gupta. I'm just coming to you, Zafar Bhai, in a moment. Let him respond to that.
Rahul, let me tell you, when it comes to people, they decide who is the credible at that point of time when they go and cast the vote. Whoever they found is the credible they go and elect him, or the alliance. Here we are talking about the alliance in that sense, what you are referring to 2024. So it is interesting to see how people react to it. The NCP, whether they are with the Sharad Pawar or whether they are with the Ajit Pawar, or when we say Ajit Pawar, it's not actually Ajit Pawar. Actually, it is going to be NDA in 2024. So at that point of time, it will be very interesting to see whether they are with Sharad Pawar and alliance of what you call UPA or Mahagathbandhan or whatever you call it, the opposition side of this thing, the challenger, and one side is the incumbent alliance, which is the NDA. So this will be very interesting to see, and trust me, people always see the performance and the credibility. As I always say, the Vade, Dave, Nirade, based on this, people make their choices.
Okay, I'll leave it over there. Pradeep Gupta, thank you for joining us. Pradeep didn't do this, but if I just play amateur cephalogist and do a quick back of the book calculation by a 2.5, 1.5 ratio, the NDA could possibly bag in the range of 30 seats in the next Lok Sabha elections, which is what the Mood of the Nation done by India Today was projecting was earlier being won by the UPA, and therefore this is a complete shift from there. But that's the question. Now, Zafar Islam, respond to Pradeep Gupta, this Vade, Irade thing that he's saying, that people look at credibility, they look at performance, and public perception at some level does matter. You're now taking all those people against whom BJP leaders were doing charges, press conferences. The Prime Minister said last week that the NCP leaders have 70,000 crore rupees of corruption charges against them. Now, most of them are batting for you, sir.
Well, Rahul, the party doesn't punish anyone. We can make noise, but it is the responsibility of the legal system, judiciary, as well as the agencies which pursue the cases. If they were there happily and discharging all the responsibilities associated with a legislator, then they might as well do it here as well. So, had that been a problem, then they would have been fired by Sharad Pawar, those people who were there earlier.
No, but Sharad Pawar wasn't doing it, which is why your party was attacking them. Your party was claiming that you were a party with a difference. It's not just what the investigative agencies do. The fact that they're now part of the BJP alliance gives them some kind of a legal shield. That's the reality.
I think what Pradeep ji has said very candidly and clearly, that the performance and the credibility is something which people will evaluate. And you have seen the performance of India government. You have seen how the development is taking place and how we are prioritizing development and improving the life of a common man on the street rather than going for position, because we are already in the government. They have joined us because they feel that the credibility of the Honorable Prime Minister is very, very strong in the eyes of the people, because he is a performer, he is seen as a performer, and he also is seen that he is somebody who is taking the initiative to safeguard the interests of the common man, and also in introducing many welfare schemes to address the concern of the common man. So there is a credibility issue which is very strong here, and also the developmental approach which we have, which is being also seen on the ground, is something which people definitely appreciate.
Matthew Anthony, no matter what happens in the public court, yes.
Away from that, if you just see the opposition parties, MVA, everybody is vying for power. They want to have some position because they're in a position of weakness. They want to have grab power, so they want to come together because these are the people who have not done for the people, and that's why they are being.
So, but that's exactly what you've done as well. Ajit Pawar hasn't come because of the love of his heart. He's come because of the sake of power. It's not as if he's come suddenly because he's converted to your ideology. You promised him deputy CM-ship, which is why he's now on your side, sir.
No, but you have heard him saying that I have joined NDA purely because I want to be part of the success story, the development which is taking place.
Surely, even you know that he's just saying that take away deputy CM-ship from his side, or the 9 people who've joined with him, then we'll see how many still stay with you. That's the reality. So
he's a strong leader, and people know that he's a very strong leader in Maharashtra.
No, sure, he is a strong leader, no doubt, which is why you wanted him. He is a force multiplier for you. Matthew Anthony, if you listen to what Pradeep Gupta said about this 2.5, 1.5, then the last...
30, we will give it 48 seats.
In the last Mood of the Nation poll, the UPA was shown doing well in Maharashtra and Bihar. You know, what happens in Bihar is still a question mark, but in Maharashtra, just the electoral arithmetic has been re-engineered now, where it's very clearly advantage BJP at this moment, unless Sharad Pawar can pull more of those 24 MLAs back.
Rahul, thanks for giving me the chance. I've been waiting for some time, but now let me come and address to you on your points. Before the numbers, let me tell you, this is the land of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and BJP has backstabbed and broke the bread with two parties which had its origin in Maharashtra. That is one of Bal Thackere's Shiv Sena and one of Sharad Pawar's NCP. The people of Maharashtra is not going to forgive this, because this is betrayal of its first order. So the kind of order which they are building upon the Prime Minister's image, which is on the taxpayers' money, is falling down apart. And all the liberties which the BJP is taking under the cover of the Prime Minister's branding on the constitutional niceties and democracy is going to hit back onto them. Let's wait, it's only a 12 to 14 months time, let's wait and see the results of that one. And the same BJP and the same Shiv Sena, who has been calling out Ajit Pawar, Hassan Mushrif, Chhagan Bhujbal, Praful Patel, have now become bed partners.
No, that's the morality play. Ultimately, so many of them are strong leaders on the ground. BJP thinks that they've become stronger on 11 seats because of the presence of some of the leaders who've come on board, the likes of Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare, very formidable leaders in their neck of the woods.
I'm not disagreeing, but the people of Maharashtra are also watching the betrayals and the backstabbing. Does
Pradeep Gupta, does sympathy matter? Can Sharad Pawar...
Of course it matters.
Let him answer this. Is sympathy a factor, or is just sheer electoral muscle more important?
No, the sympathy is very important factor in people's mind, but it is also important who is contesting as against the sympathy. Whether sympathy is riding on the other side as well, by the virtue of the performance and the credibility, that is also very important. So I would say when it comes to Lok Sabha, when the fight is up against the Modi, then things will be different. And when the state election, then things will be, I see at this point of time, Sharad Pawarji's Pallada seems to be bhari when it comes to assembly election at this point of time.
Okay.
Out of the sympathy, I would say this.
Okay, that's an important takeaway from Pradeep Gupta. I want to thank Pradeep Gupta, Zafar Islam and Matthew Anthony for joining us. I want to take a quick look at what's happening in Bihar, where the Maharashtra aftershocks are being felt in Patna as well. Could there be a split in the JDU on the cards? Nothing's happened in the JDU to indicate that MLAs may switch, but we've had the likes of Chirag Paswan, Sushil Kumar Modi, part of the NDA, who are saying that many MLAs are unhappy with Nitish Kumar and that they may switch. Nitish Kumar himself is individually meeting each MLA, trying to ensure that his house stays in order.
The tremors of the political quake in Maharashtra are being felt all the way in Bihar.
आरजेडी को छोड़कर आने के बाद जब उनके 45 एमएलए चुनकर आए थे नीतीश कुमार जी की, उसके बावजूद भी मतलब उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद दे दिया था, लेकिन कुछ दिनों के बाद वो फिर आरजेडी के पास चले गए। तो इसीलिए एमएलए में विधायकों में नाराजगी है और बिहार में भी इसी तरह का बंड हो सकता है।
On Sunday, Bihar CM Nitish Kumar met his MLAs.
हम लोग एकजुट रहे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यही कहा कि हम लोग एकजुट रहे और पार्टी जो काम कर रही है उसको आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। कहीं कोई परेशानी है तो फिर हमको बताइए।
न सीआईडी है, न कोई गबन का आरोप है, सब पर जो कुछ हो, लेकिन नीतीश बाबू का ही नाम विपक्ष नहीं बोल रहा है, अमित शाह भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, न प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं। तो नीतीश बाबू योग भी है और हर गुणवत्ता उनमें है।
State BJP president said the cat among the pigeons by declaring that several leaders from Nitish Kumar's JDU were willing to defect because they were unhappy with the Bihar CM.
बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार जी को एक घंटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं देखना चाहती और विधायकों में डर पैदा हो गया है कि अब नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ रहेंगे तो नैया मेरी डूब जाएगी।
The political chatter in Bihar went into overdrive with this admission by the JDU president Lallan Singh.
7,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटाला में एनसीपी के नेता फंसे हुए हैं। ताकू जितने थे सब तो वॉशिंग मशीन में चले गए। ये डर दिखा के लोगों को भयभीत करके धन बल का प्रयोग करके ये सब काम करते हैं।
Other Bihar netas also fueled the fire.
मुख्यमंत्री तो जनता के बीच जाते नहीं और जब जब गए उनका भी विरोध ही हुआ है। ऐसे में एक असंतोष मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की पार्टी में है। बहुत जल्द जनता दल यूनाइटेड में भी एक बड़ी टूट संभव है।
As reports of a Bihar rebellion gained steam, BJP Neta and former Deputy CM Sushil Modi declared that the party's doors were closed for Nitish Kumar.
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो पहले ही अमित शाह जी ने साफ कर दिया है कि किसी कीमत पर नीतीश कुमार को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे और सिर्फ वो नाक भी रगड़ेंगे आकर बीजेपी के दरवाजे पर, तो भी बीजेपी कभी नीतीश कुमार को भी स्वीकार नहीं करेगी और नहीं ढोने के लिए और भविष्य में तैयार है।
Ahead of 2024, will Maharashtra coup rewrite political equations in other states too? Bureau Report, India Today.
We'll keep tracking the political drama as it plays out in Maharashtra. I'm slipping into a break. When we come back, violent protests in France continue for the 6th straight day. Remember, in a few days from now, Prime Minister Modi will be the chief guest at the Bastille Day celebration. So we'll get your ground report from Paris when we come back on the other side of a quick break.
But the police officers
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible deceased donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Violence and protests have been raging across France for nearly a week now. The Macron government has banned demonstrations in some cities and deployed thousands of police personnel. But the situation seems to be spiraling out of control.
Arson, looting and riots. France is swept by a storm of violence. Amidst the flare-up, visibly anguished, hundreds of mourners took to solemn procession from a mosque to a hillside cemetery to bury 17-year-old Nahel, whose killing by police has triggered days of rioting and looting across the nation. The government, in a bid to control the flare-up, has banned demonstrations in some cities and issued travel warnings. The protests in France were marked by pillaging of shops, including flagship branches of Louis Vuitton, Nike, Zara and Apple. Disturbing footage captured the rioters looting shops.
The protests are going to end soon, or at least an organized kind of protest. So it might be more random attacks during the day or the night to buildings and cars. But I think if it's going to finish, I think everything is going to finish.
In the Paris suburb Les Roses, attackers rammed a car into the house of the mayor, injuring his wife as she tried to flee with their 2 children. The government deployed 45,000 police to city streets across the nation to head off a 5th night of violence. Over 2,000 people have been arrested overall since the teen's death on Tuesday. As France continues to seethe with rage, President Emmanuel Macron on Saturday scrapped an official trip to Germany. This comes the day after Macron was ridiculed for partying at an Elton John concert while France was engulfed by violent riots. Officials hope that a turning point may have been reached, that rioters are losing energy thanks to the security crackdown and the massive unpopularity of their actions. With Maria Guilia, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. Our teams are out on the ground across Maharashtra tracking all the political developments there. We're also looking at the impact the Mahabharat is having on other parts of the country and the build-up to the 2024 elections. We'll keep getting you the best political coverage in India. I want to thank you for joining me on the news track, and I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees.
The world of wellness has advanced. Cryotherapies are now being used increasingly for fitness rehabilitation.
It is very cold. I'm dying.
They help as anti-inflammatory treatments and can treat the entire body. Beat the face with a cryofacial that helps puffiness of the face, cryo body sculpting that helps you get rid of stubborn fat by freezing fat cells, cryo for localized pain, and cryo baths that help you recover from any aches and pains. Where do we even begin? Let's start with cryo baths. The ice baths are now replaced with the state-of-the-art chambers where you jump in minus 110 degrees Celsius once a week or as guided by your doctor. All of this to tackle inflammation in your body or specifically for a post-workout recovery to help your muscles recover.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is the power of ice. I'm going to show you the power of ice on my face with a cryofacial. I'll get a cryotherapy done and show you what an ice bath can do to you when it comes to recovery from a lot of inflammation and a lot of fatigue that your body goes through because of exercising or injuries or any kind of rehabilitation that you require. And of course, what I'll be doing is a localized cryo treatment in this sequence where we're going to show you the power of ice in a wellness setup. First, I'm going to start with a lovely refresher because why not? Summer/monsoon is here. I would love a refresher for my face. So let's see how the power of ice really changes my skin.
Depends on which center you're doing this and the technology that they're using. One session of this refreshing yet freezing cryotherapy will cost you anywhere between 5,000 to 12,000 rupees. Cryotherapy is excellent for pain relief. The variety of conditions they're being used for include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-workout recovery, aches and pains, inflammation in the body, osteoarthritis, amongst many others. Just in case you're not very keen on the full body cryo or the cryo bath and have highly localized pain, it can also be treated with the help of this machine at a wellness clinic. Are you worried you're going to be catching a cold or freeze inside? Actually not. Here is why. Whole body cryo helps release endorphins or feel-good hormones straight after the treatment, and it is perfect for anyone who needs a quick lift me up. Celebrities are making this chilling ice therapy quite popular. Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Mandy Moore, Demi Moore, the New York Knicks, Jennifer Aniston, Jessica Alba, Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel Craig are just few of the celebrities who have raved about it on their social media handles. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Oh, sorry.
तो भाई और बहनों, नीतीश कुमार एंड बैंड की प्रस्तुति। आज मेरे यार की शादी है, फीचरिंग राहुल गांधी। रेडी 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, डोर थमा दी है, तुमने उम्मीद बढ़ा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। लगता है गठबंधन को एक राह दिखा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। वक्त की ये जरूरत, आएगा शुभ मुहूर्त, देखो सारे जमा है, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, खुशी से झूमे है मन, बना है ये गठबंधन, कैसे संजोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं। इस गठबंधन ने मोदी सरकार हिला दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा 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 दी है।
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 28. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Panji is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 76. Ahmedabad is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 74. Bhopal is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 53. Jaipur is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 185. Srinagar is at 16 degrees Celsius with AQI being 52. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 144. Patna is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 195. Kolkata is at 36 degrees with an AQI of 144. Hyderabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 131. Bangalore is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Chennai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 81. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by Hayfler, let's reimagine. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Khao Monday. Co-powered by Watcho OTT, Super App.
One hai to done hai.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. Monday night, this is your primetime destination news. Newsmakers' talking points. The big talking point: has the BJP torpedoed the opposition unity project? That's right, that's the question we're going to raise. It's at a time of what we call power play or Pawar play. Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. Is that the new battle line? Praful Patel is among my exclusive newsmakers tonight. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The war in the NCP intensifies as Sharad Pawar sacks nephew Ajit and 8 other rebels, including Praful Patel. Ajit declares he is the real NCP, says he needs 36 MLAs to evade anti-defection law. He has many more, he claims. Maharashtra quake, tremors now felt in Bihar. State BJP president claimed many MLAs are unhappy with Nitish Kumar. Round 2 of United Opposition meet that was to be held in Bengaluru is pushed to the 17th of July. Trouble mounts for former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Yadav's family. CBI files a charge sheet in the land for job scam. Lalu, Rabri and Tejaswi among those named. Parliamentary panel on uniform civil code to meets in the national capital. BSP and Uddhav Sena back the One Nation, One Law. Congress questions the timing. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in a Liquorgate case. Enforcement Directorate heat now on industrialist Anil Ambani, grilled for alleged 2020 foreign exchange violation case. Ahead of Panchayat polls, violence continues unabated in Bengal. Governor gives 48 hours ultimatum to Mamata Banerjee to take action against pre-poll violence. Khalistani hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar requests Canada, US to not give space to Khalistanis. France on the edge. No end to arson and violence. Suburban mayor's home set on fire. President Macron ramps up surveillance. The big story: a day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as the new Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the Pawar versus Pawar battle is now escalating. Today, Sharad Pawar expelled 2 of his key aides, Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare, from the party, Patel being held as the mastermind of the revolt plot. Ajit Pawar, though, claims that he is the real NCP and a majority of the MLAs are with him and not with his uncle Sharad Pawar. The big story: the power play in Maharashtra and its implications for the state and national politics.
A battle of perception. A battle of numbers. A battle of the Pawars. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as new Deputy CM of Maharashtra, the war over who's the real NCP is peaking. A day after he made it clear he did not approve of the rebellion, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, in a symbolic message to his rivals, visited the memorial of his mentor and state's first CM, Yashwant Rao Sawan, in Karad. The NCP patriarch blamed the BJP for the crisis in his party.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या माध्यमातून समाजामध्ये जातीमध्ये धर्मामध्ये एक प्रकारचं वेगळं वातावरण तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातो.
Sharad Pawar isn't holding back. He's cracked the whip now.
आणि हे शरद पवारांचे कालचे पत्र, ज्यामध्ये सुनील तटकरे आणि प्रफुल्ल पटेल यांना पक्षातून निलंबित करण्यात आलेलं आहे. तुम्हाला पक्षातून निलंबित केलेले असताना तुम्हाला नेतृत्व म्हणजे तुम्हाला एकतर कायदेशीर अधिकारच नाहीत नेमणुका करण्याचे, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये सुद्धा.
NCP approached the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker and the Election Commission, appointing Jitendra Wad as the new NCP Chief Whip and Leader of Opposition. Meanwhile, Ajit Pawar has been a busy man. holding meets with his loyalists and then meeting with Devendra Fadnavis as well. The breakaway NCP faction also appointed Sunil Tatkare as the state party chief.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्याबरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे.
So who's got the edge now out of the Pawars? Out of the total 53 NCP MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly, India Today has learned that Ajit Pawar's camp had 24 MLAs, while Pawar camp had 14 MLAs, while 15 of them were still undecided.
The anti-defection law says that a group of lawmakers can only leave a party to join another party when they have support of at least 2/3 of the majority of the total MLAs from the original party. As per this rule, Ajit Pawar needs backing of more than 36 MLAs out of 54 which got elected in 2019 assembly polls. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, Ritvik Bhalekar, India Today, Mumbai.
Joining me now is our newsmaker tonight, NCP leader and the former Union Minister Praful Patel joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Patel. The big question, till yesterday morning you were seen to be Mr. Pawar's closest ally aide. Today you've been expelled from the party by the same Mr. Sharad Pawar for anti-party activities. What has suddenly happened? Why did you decide to leave your mentor, your friend, your guru?
Well, today is Guru Purnima, so my pranams to my Guru, and let me be honest, Rajdeep, that as far as being with Mr. Pawar, he's always been very nice to me and I have always stood by him. So the relationship at a personal level will never change. And I can also tell you that as far as this entire episode is concerned, let me put it only in the perspective that this is a decision taken by the party. This is not an individual decision of Praful Patel or Ajit Pawar. And therefore, a large number of, whether it's elected representatives, a large number of party workers, party organization people have come together and taken a decision to join this government.
No, but who is the question is, who is the party? Is the faction that you belong to the party or the faction that Mr. Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule are a part of? Because she wrote a letter this evening saying you and Sunil Tatkare should be acted against for disciplinary activities, anti-party activities, and within an hour of that you have been expelled from the party that you were a founder member of. So Mr. Pawar seems to suggest you, Ajit Pawar and others are the ones who are guilty of mass indiscipline.
Well, anyway, these are things, you know, Rajdeep, in such situations, there's always, you know, somebody saying it's like a tu-tu meme game. So I don't want to get into that at all. There are various forums which decide all these things. Let's leave it at that. No? The fact, as I'm saying, is that without being a vast majority of people who supported a decision of this kind, do you think we would be a part of a government? After all, whether we have taken a step and the people who have accepted us for taking that step would not be doing such things without having the the background prepared to take such a decision, isn't it?
No, but is it the vast majority? I mean, how many MLAs do you have out of the 54 NCP MLAs? How many are with you? Let's be very clear. You are saying vast majority are backing your action. Mr. Pawar seems to indicate that's not true.
Well, anyway, I can only tell you there's a vast majority of people, including the vast majority of MLAs also, who are supporting this decision. So that's why I said, I repeat, it's a party decision. It is not a decision of Mr. Ajit Pawar.
But Sharad Pawar isn't Sharad Pawar your party president?
As I said,
Mr. Praful Patel, isn't Sharad Pawar your party president? Isn't Mr. Sharad Pawar your party president?
Well, he is. He is our party president, but I am also his working president, appointed by him after a process of going through a working committee. I have not been appointed just for the namesake by just a fiat. I have also been appointed by him only after following a due process. And I don't think that anything what we have done would be constituted to be something, which goes against the interest of the party. At the end of the day, please tell me that if a large number of people, a vast majority of the people want to take a certain decision, and mind you, this is not some sudden surprise, this kind of decision has been discussed and debated in the party on various occasions. It's not that suddenly one fine day we have woken up. After all, just look at it. If the only objection is that the BJP is a pariah and we should not be going with the BJP, then why did we tie up with the Shiv Sena, which has been an ally of the BJP earlier for 25 years and probably has far more radical outlook on various issues than even the BJP. So I don't think, whether it is a Shiv Sena earlier decision or today a BJP decision should really be looked upon as something which could not have been, it's not like an untouchable decision.
Let's get this very clear. You are saying these issues have been debated in your party fora. Are you telling me that Sharad Pawar was taken into confidence? You discussed the decision to go with the BJP with Sharad Pawar, because he has indicated that even if there was such a discussion, he was very clear he was not going to go along with it. So I want clarity from you. Did you discuss this with Mr. Sharad Pawar? Did it at any stage have his blessings, his consent?
No, I have followed your question, Rajdeep. The point here is discussion and debate and decision. Okay, I agree with you. Final decision was maybe, not finally taken by him, but the vast majority of the party did take a decision, and that's why this is a situation where Mr. Ajit Pawar was sworn in, and along with others as a minister and a deputy chief minister in the government of Maharashtra.
Did it have his blessings? Did it have his consent at any stage? Did it have his consent at any stage, or is this a decision you took against his consent? Against his wishes?
Well, I don't think I don't think I will speak too much about Mr. Pawar's role in as many ways, as because you see what happens is, I will not want to enter into a debate or a unsavory discussion as far as Mr. Pawar is concerned. Well, I leave it to you and your discretion to understand what I am trying to say, but I would only say that there was discussion and debate on this issue on various occasions, and also the fact that if we can go with the Shiv Sena in the past, we can align with the Shiv Sena for a pre-poll alliance for the future. We can also look at working with the BJP. I don't think there is any much difference ideologically or otherwise between the BJP or the Shiv Sena.
But let's get this clear. You were 10 days ago in Patna with Mr. Pawar and Supriya Sule as part of the Mahagathbandhan meeting, the opposition meeting that was going on. I want to understand from you, what made you all decide then 10 days later to go with the BJP, or today to go with the BJP? You're saying this was discussed, there was a dialogue. I want to understand what is the main compulsion that led you to go with the BJP and not be with the opposition, of which you were part of only till the other day?
Well, I certainly did attend the Patna meeting. Mr. Pawar as the president and Supriya and myself as working presidents did accompany him. And I can also tell you that whatever I saw there doesn't inspire confidence at all. These 17 parties, and I'm not trying to say that the first meeting is the last meeting, which makes all the difference, but you can see, you can sense. I've also been in politics for so many years. I've been in parliament since 1991. After 32 years, if I don't understand the pulse, I have also seen the governments of Deve Gowda and Gujarat. I have seen the government of VP Singh and Chandrasekhar ji. I have seen seen means as a citizen, the government of Morarji Desai and Charan Singh. So these are all, many instances of such experiments in the past. And today the people are very clear. You see elections, people want to vote decisively, one way or the other. They've understood that coalition governments don't work. The UPA, of which we were a part, worked well because the central party, the Congress, in the first instance had about 145 MPs, but there were 64 MPs of the left parties which were supporting a government unilaterally without any expectation. So a 200 plus number invited another 30, 40, 50, 60 MPs to join, and that changed the complexion. Second time Congress got 206 seats, and it changed the complexion because then you needed far lesser people to support the government. So that's the point. You see, you need a central, strong party. And that doesn't exist today, unfortunately. Anybody, would you like to take a guess that somebody is going to get 150 seats to be able to support a coalition around that number?
So you're saying you all went with the BJP because you believe the BJP can provide a certain stable magnet, a stable leadership which you believe the Mahagathbandhan cannot. How will you then respond to the fact, Mr. Patel, that there are critics of you and your and the revolt, like Prithviraj Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, who says, please call this NCP ED because the Enforcement Directorate has targeted many of you, including yourself. That's why, for protection, you have joined the BJP. This is not about anything else but power and protection.
I want to say one thing only about myself. There is no case against me. So let's not talk about that. The second thing is, in such situations, everybody just wants to hurl, accusations at one another. So that's an easy fodder for, such kind of conversation. Just because I don't like you, some wild allegation. Let it be at that.
No, these are not wild allegations. Ajit Pawar has Enforcement Directorate cases. Chhagan Bhujbal has Enforcement Directorate cases. Mr. Tatkare is being investigated. And you too. Your properties were attached. You too had inquiries. How can you deny it?
I am sorry. You are wrong. You are wrong. There is no case, and please let us not get into all these kind of, if somebody just wants to start, you're on television and you just want to start some, a roving investigation on your own, I can't answer that.
No, but Devendra Fadnavis, sir, said openly that he would make sure that Ajit Pawar does chakki pissing. In fact, the Prime Minister a week ago said that the irrigation scam, cooperative scam are evidence of ghotala in the NCP. Now the same NCP is joining hands with the BJP. What's the message, sir, to the voters of Maharashtra?
Well, I don't think there is anything, at least from our side, to clarify. So please, I can only say that we have taken a decision based on a larger party platform, and that decision has been implemented yesterday.
What happens then, sir, to the future of the NCP? You've got a situation where Supriya Sule was made working president along with you. Now we are told that you have dismissed Jayant Patil as the Maharashtra NCP president. Sunil Tatkare has been made the president. Ajit Pawar is likely to take over the party. What happens to the NCP? Will the NCP survive, or will we now have a battle for NCP symbol, party offices? You will battle your own guru on all these issues?
No, I don't have anything to say about my guru. Please don't again bring him again and again.
No, but the battle over the party, the battle for the party, this is a battle for party symbol.
Rajdeep, there are forums to decide all that. No? This is not to be decided by you and me on television. No? That will be based on hard facts. That will be based on certain principles which are laid down, and that will be established in due course. That you and me sitting here cannot give you a number, an estimate of what that answer of or what that adjudicating authority will decide. So my point here is, we would like to see that still we remain one united family. Nobody is wanting here to say that our house should be divided. You may see differences for a few days. Maybe what makes you think that tomorrow we could all not sit together and say, all right, something has been decided. Maybe we all go along with that.
No, 1 minute. You're telling me something very important. You're not ruling out. You're not ruling out the possibility that Mr. Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Ajit Pawar, yourself, Chhagan Bhujbal, all of you come back together in one happy family? You're not ruling that out?
Why should I rule it out? Why can't we all go along with the decision taken? We could always all say, all right, fine, that's all right, we can all work together, in whatever, you know, sometimes there are always two views. I'm sure in your editorial meetings you all have different views, and sometimes you disagree, but at the end of the day you come out as like a happy, smiling family, isn't it? So that could happen in politics, it could happen anywhere, in any sphere of life.
But you know, but an editorial meeting is not a political party. I think the people of Maharashtra want to know, is the NCP going to hold together, or are there going to be two factions, NCP Sharad Pawar, NCP Ajit Pawar, one aligned to the BJP, one aligned to the Congress?
Well, I think, you know, we are assuming too early what will happen tomorrow. So I don't want to hazard any, I'm not a fortune teller that I know exactly what will happen after a week, 15 days, 1 month, 2 months, or whatever the time frame. Let's wait, let's see. As of now, whatever decision has been taken as a party. We stand by it, and we hopefully accept and implement things as they go along.
One final question. There is talk that you are the link between Delhi and Mumbai. You are being called the mastermind of what has happened, and there is even talk that you could become a minister if Mr. Modi decides to expand his cabinet. Are you the mastermind? Are you the person who is the link between Amit Shah and Mr. Modi on one side and the Maharashtra NCP on the other?
Rajdeep, again, please don't, you know, try to expand the sphere and scope of our conversation. I have had, or we have had, no conversation about anyone's role, including mine, in Delhi or in the government. I'm just telling you very clearly, neither is anybody a mastermind. This mastermind is the whole party. The mastermind is the entire decision-making process of all the people put together. It's not been done by me or one person or two people. That's why I'm saying, please don't take this as you know, a decision taken for some consideration here or there. It's a larger platform on which everybody's tried to see common ground, whatever it may be. For some it may be a great decision, for some it may not be a good decision. I don't know. It depends which way you look at the glass, half full or half empty.
No, but I'm told that the only reason you took this decision.
Let's see how things unfold.
No, but isn't it only about power? The fact is, NCP wants to be in power. You can't live without power. That's the only ideology that holds you all. You all wanted to be in power at all costs, even if it means tying up with the BJP and Eknath Shinde. You wanted to be in power at all costs. That's what it is. Narendra Modi for you is about power.
Rajdeep, please don't shoot off so early. Then why did we form a government after losing the election in 2019? We didn't win, na? Congress and NCP fought an election together as an alliance. We didn't win the election. Shiv Sena and BJP formed a government together. I mean, they had fought an election together. They were to form a government. They had differences. We ultimately went with somebody. Just why? Because ideology or for power?
Okay. Let's leave it there. You're claiming, therefore,
so don't, you know, it's very nice, you know, it's very convenient to say something when it suits you and say something else when it doesn't suit you.
Okay. Praful Patel, you're in a combative mood. We'll wait and see how this plays out with your guru and the shishya over the days ahead. I wish you well.
No, I'm not in any mood. I'm in a very nice mood.
Okay. I hope so. I wish you well. Thank you very much. Praful Patel joining me there from the NCP.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel saying NCP will remain one day a happy family. We'll wait and see what happens in that family. But the fact is, the split in the NCP is a blow to the opposition unity project. Remember, second meeting of all the opposition parties, non-BJP parties, was scheduled to take place in Bengaluru on 13th and 14th of July. It's been postponed a bit now to 17th and 18th of July. The opposition claims the decision was taken considering the monsoon session of Parliament is approaching and several assembly sessions across the country. The question now is, of course, what happens next? Because there's talk that this could now be also happening in Bihar after Maharashtra. The big questions that we want to raise tonight. The opposition unity project. How will the NCP split impact it? The Mahagathbandhan, has it been grounded even before takeoff? Will the BJP take this Maharashtra model to other states? Joining me now, Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP spokesperson, Syed Nasir Hussain, Congress MP and spokesperson, Samir Dalwai, NCP spokesperson. Appreciate all of you joining us. Nasir Hussain, to you first. The Congress is watching what is happening in Maharashtra very closely. We are told, how will it affect your unity project? Till the other day, there was talk that Sharad Pawar would be a convener of this grand project. Now it appears that Mr. Pawar has to first fix his own home in Maharashtra.
Radip, after the big defeat for BJP in Karnataka and the efforts by Congress Party and other leaders to build a grand opposition unity, I think the Bharatiya Janata Party is completely rattled. For them, the only way is to break opposition parties, form new government, de-establish new government, which they have been doing in the past. Opposition unity will be intact. Shiv Sena was split by Bharatiya Janata Party by the use of, by misusing central agencies. They have done the same thing with NCP now. Our friendship, our alliance partner, the original Shiv Sena, the original NCP will be the part of the opposition unity, will part of the coalition that we are trying to form. There will be no difference whatsoever BJP tries to do in different state. One. Two, people have started thinking, what will be the result in Maharashtra? How will it affect the results in Maharashtra? I think I just have one example to tell. There was a coalition government in Karnataka formed by Congress and Janata Dal. The same BJP de-established the government there by poaching away about 17 MLAs from both Congress Party and Janata Dal. They formed the government. We campaigned, we went to the people. After 3.5 years, there were elections. And the people of Karnataka showed BJP their place and they voted against these kind of politics. I think the same will happen in Maharashtra, the same will happen in 2024 elections.
So you're saying Operation Lotus, which you are claiming happened in Karnataka, benefited the opposition. You're saying the BJP's decision to break the Shiv Sena, now break the NCP, will rebound against it. Shehzad Poonawala, respond to that, because there is a sense that here is the BJP which says that we are anti-corruption and then takes on board the same people against whom you ran an anti-corruption campaign. What's the message? Sam, Dam, Dandabhed, BJP will do anything to break the opposition parties. That's what the opposition claims.
Let me start by your question first and then get into answering Nasir Hussain's question.
Yeah.
If your argument is that we are using the ED to get people on our side with corruption charges on them, Jayant Patil has corruption charges on him. How come he's not on our side? And Dilip Valse Patil has no charges on him. But let me give you a specific example because you like specific facts. Pratap Sarnaik, whom we took into our fold. Pratap Sarnaik's case, the TOPS case, the closure report was filed by EOW Mumbai Police in December 2021. Uddhavji was in power. When December 2022, our government was there, June 2022, our government came to power, we stood up in front of the High Court before ED and we said the case will continue. No continuation of the case will be stopped. It's a report filed by Vidya. Now let me complete my point. I have to answer a few points from Nasir.
No, 1 minute. No, you must answer this because you see, it's very easy to say that that we have nothing to do with the enforcement agencies.
Did I not give you a fact?
No, 1 minute. I'll give you facts.
Can you contest my fact?
Now I will ask you to contest a fact. Listen to Devendra Fadnavis and Prime Minister Modi. They spoke, and Prime Minister Modi spoke just a week ago about the NCP. Devendra Fadnavis specifically about Ajit Pawar. Listen in, and I want Shehzad to respond.
Sure.
घोटाळ्यामध्ये अजितदादांची अवस्था आम्ही काय करणार? आमचे नाथाभाऊ खडसेंच्या भाषेत सांगायचं झालं तर आमचं सरकार आल्यानंतर अजितदादा चक्की पिसिंग 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 एंड पिसिंग.
ये विपक्षी दल किस चीज की गारंटी है? ये दल गारंटी है भ्रष्टाचार की. अगर मैं एनसीपी की बात करूं तो एनसीपी पर भी करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों का आरोप है. महाराष्ट्र स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक घोटाला, महाराष्ट्र सिंचाई घोटाला, अवैध खनन घोटाला, इनकी लिस्ट भी बहुत लंबी है. इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर कभी डाउन ही नहीं होता।
इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर डाउन नहीं होता. The two instances the Prime Minister mentioned, irrigation scam and cooperative scam, Ajit Pawar is at the center of it. And you have taken Ajit Pawar and welcomed him into the party. Ironically, nobody, your senior leadership has not tweeted about it, but others are. The question is, I want to know very clearly, what is the message you are sending out? Is it, as I said, simply to use the ED, frighten people and force them to switch sides?
Now, Rajdeep, you have to be patient with my answer, and I hope you will do that as in the interest of
You have 1
fairness.
minute without any interruption.
Rajdeep, if Mr. Ajit Pawar was Bhrashtachari and not Chamatkari, why was he the leader of opposition of the entire united fold of the MVA? Why was Praful Patel the Karyakari Adhyaksh of NCP? And why is Jayant Patel still there as a person who has ILFS ED charges? One second.
But how are you then
No, you
to
said
them?
1 minute. You said 1 minute.
Chalo. How
There's
are you
the
different to
1
them?
minute you said. Jumbo COVID scam, 12,000 crore CAG has said about Uddhav Sena. They have looted BMC. How come they are now sitting with them? If corruption is indeed the issue. And this is the first party which is saying that yes, we did corruption. First of all, what duration of the time that this scam took place? During the Congress NCP government. So Congress spokesperson is on record saying that in our time corruption did take place. But today, because Mr. Ajit Pawar has left their side, now that corruption charge applies. When he was with us, the corruption charge doesn't apply.
You are not answering my question.
I am answering all your questions.
You said your government said that khaunga na khane dunga. No, you are no. Your government has said that khaunga. No, I want a straight answer.
Okay, now let me answer this.
What is your anti-corruption
Rajdeep,
plan
you can't
now?
shout over me.
What is your anti-corruption plan?
Rajdeep, again I am reminding you, let me complete my full statement, and like you gave Nasir a full patient hearing, let me also make some points in counter to Nasir's point.
Sure.
The touchstone or the touchstone of Na Khaunga Na Khane Dunga is this report filed by Vidya that Mumbai police under Uddhav Thackeray closed the case against Tops, against Mr. Sarnaik and ED. And I'm reading out. ED plea in Bombay High Court against closure of Tops case by Mumbai police, exclusive by Vidya, dated 14 December 2022. And therefore, if there's any case against anybody, it will continue. This is Modi's...
It will continue against Hassan Mushrif, against Chhagan Bhujbal, against Ajit Pawar. Cases will continue.
You have to now...
No, answer straight. I'm asking
answering,
straight
but you are heckling me.
No, I'm not.
You're getting into Nasir's zone.
No, sir, you're not answering my question.
I'm answering.
Yes.
Rajdeep, जिसके खिलाफ जो केस है, वो केस जैसे पहले चल रहा है, वैसे चलेगा.
Why make them ministers?
No, who has made anybody minister?
Hassan Mushrif, whom Kirit Somaya, your own BJP leader, said was one of the most corrupt politicians.
Now you're constantly changing the goalposts, but you're not letting me answer the questions of Nasir Hussain. But one second.
Nasir later.
But you give me a chance to answer those questions also. Okay. So, if Hassan Mushrif is not worthy of being a minister, till 1 p.m. yesterday, why was he in the NCP? In Sharad Pawar's faction? Till 1 second, now Rajiv, don't interrupt. Till 1 p.m. yesterday, why was the working president of Sharad Pawar's faction, Mr. Praful Patel? Or till 1 p.m. yesterday, why is it that Ajit Pawar was okay to be leader of opposition of entire MVA? And why is Jayant Patel still there? So-called
good point. Because the moment, because the moment they have switched, they have become a washing machine.
Okay,
Your
on this
party is a washing
machine. You are okay with these people becoming धोबीघाट? उद्धव सेना ने हमारे साथ चुनाव लड़ा, मोदी और फडणवीस के नाम पे वोट लिया और पूरा पार्टी लेकर चले गए कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ. बाला साहब ठाकरे को धोखा देकर वो धोबीघाट चलेगा आपको. 1 सेकंड, नाउ प्लीज लिसन. छगन भुजबल कहां से आए थे? शिवसेना से ना, एनसीपी में थे ओरिजिनली. कौन सा वॉशिंग मशीन था? धनंजय मुंडे कहां से आए थे? बीजेपी से ना. कौन सा वॉशिंग मशीन था भाई साहब? ये आपका वॉशिंग मशीन चलेगा. और मैं आपको बताता हूं, चक्की पीसी. नो राजदीप, प्लीज यू गिव मी 30 seconds more. Rajdeep, 30 seconds. You are being very unfair with me today, very unfair. Rajdeep, he said splitting the opposition, breaking the opposition. Even before NCP came to us, AAP attacked Congress over ordinance. Congress attacked left over Sudhakaran's arrest. Congress attacked TMC over Panchayati polls. Omar attacked AAP over 370. Congress attacked KCR, and today Akhilesh has met KCR and Congress is calling him B team of BJP. HAM, Manjiji, Ati Pichhada Samaj left the alliance. RLD did not attend the entire meeting. BJD, TDP, Akali, YSRCP, BSP, none of them were there. Is this our doing? Chalo, forget this. One question to नासिर हुसैन. ये अभी बोल रहे थे ओरिजिनल सेना हमारे साथ, ओरिजिनल एनसीपी हमारे साथ. मौका मिला नहीं. नाना पटोले, बाला थोराट बोलते हैं एलओपी पोजीशन इज आवर्स. अरे बोलो ना एलओपी पोजीशन एनसीपी.
Good question.
And last point. 1 second.
No. Now he must answer. He must answer now.
Rajdeep, you have to indulge me for 10 seconds more.
10 seconds more.
We have not broken any party. original and full NCP, their LOP, their working president, founding member, chief whip, biggest leader of tribal, biggest leader of OBC, biggest woman leader, all of them are with us. Therefore, NCP is with us, original Shiv Sena with symbol, ideology, Sankhya is with us. So we have not broken any party. Shiv Sena, Congress, NCP and BJP have formed a government. The Baghi faction is them.
Okay.
Baghi faction is
now
there.
they must answer.
That is the Baghi faction.
No, sir. Now
we are not with the Baghi faction.
Now both Nasir and Samir must answer. Nasir, you first. Samir, you've been very patient. But Nasir, answer this. You know, the instances that Shehzad gave, it's all very well to say the BJP is out to break the opposition. But the truth is the opposition also, you can see the contradictions. Left versus Congress, AAP versus Congress, Mamta versus left. These are contradictions. Why blame the BJP if you can't get your house in order? It's Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar. Why should you blame the BJP?
Rajiv, 2-3 things. See, who called Ajit Pawar corrupt? Who called Hassan Mushrif corrupt? Who called Praful Patel corrupt? It was the BJP who called them corrupt. Who sent ED, IT and CBI against Hemant Biswa Sarma, against Suvendu Adhikari, against all those people who left Congress and joined BJP in Karnataka? This was done by BJP. They were
not answering my question. What about the cracks in the opposition?
CBI was used by BJP.
What about the cracks in the opposition?
Just one second. Now, all these people, just 1 second. Now, these people are in BJP. What is the stand now? Now they are telling they were okay to become LOP. Yes, they were okay to become LOP because we thought that they were not corrupt. You were the ones who were telling they are corrupt. What is your stand now? Point number 1. Point number 2. Why have these summons stopped going to Suvendu Adhikari, to Hemant Biswa Sarma, to others those who joined BJP till now? And you have put the right question to to the BJP spokesperson, asking whether the summons will stop to all those who have joined from NCP to BJP.
What about
now?
the cracks
This
in
one.
the opposition?
Second, on
so
the
what about the
unity.
cracks in the opposition?
On the opposition,
what about the cracks in the opposition?
There are no cracks in opposition unity. There are no cracks in... There is no cracks in opposition unity. UPA is intact. In fact, more parties have joined UPA. Shiv Sena has come to UPA. JDU has come to UPA. There are more parties joining UPA. It is the NDA from where the parties have gone. JDU was part of NDA. Shiv Sena was part of NDA. Akali Dal was part of NDA. There are
so
cracks in NDA.
You're claiming
NDA
NDA is getting... Okay, you made the point now. No, just a minute. No, Shehzad, you must wait. No.
Anyways,
No. Okay. Samir Dalwai has been waiting patiently. Mr. Dalwai, you've raised your finger. The question is, it's all very well to blame the BJP for perhaps putting the fear of the ED in a few NCP leaders facing inquiry. The flip side is, this is open war of family succession war within the NCP. Why blame the BJP? They will take advantage of whatever happens within the opposition. It's your problem that you can't get your house together.
Thanks, Rajdeep, for giving me an opportunity, and I hope you give me some time to speak. I quite enjoyed listening to my friend from BJP answering those questions, trying to typical case of the kettle calling the pot black. The point here is this. You asked me about the family issue. Let's please understand that the NCP is a party which has a national presence. It is not about a family. It's a party whose constitution has been approved by the Election Commission of India. It's a party. Let's not get into family issues here. And we are talking about 7, 8.
No, it's a fight between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. Why is it not family?
People who have gone. It's not just that. Let's not only look at it as a family issue. 9 other people have gone. The first point is, it is a attempted break by the BJP in a party which is a democratically functioning party, and this game which the BJP has been doing in state after state, time after time, breaking other parties just to increase their own party, speaks two things. One, that they are bereft of leaders of their own, which we are seeing over the last 10 years. Two, leaders whom they themselves call corrupt, and they blame. 3 days back, when the Honorable Prime Minister himself said that these leaders are corrupt, they have no compulsion in associating with corrupt people. And once they are with them, as the list was read out by Mr. Nasir from the other spokesperson, I don't want to repeat that.
No, but you compromised to for 1 minute, Mr. Dalwai. You compromised to for. You are saying they have compromised with corruption. You will be arguing you compromised with secularism. In 2019, you joined hands with the same Shiv Sena, who for the longest time was your prime enemy in Maharashtra. What happened is now Maharashtra सब कुछ चलता है. This is the problem. Maharashtra में सब कुछ चलता है.
let me come to ideologies. There is a long list of people who are serving ministers at national and state level in BJP who have not been acted against after they've joined BJP. Second point, in Karnataka, whatever may be the other issues, the biggest issues that people voted against was the 40% commission ki sarkar that was going on.
Sir, you're not answering my question.
Let me finish.
No, you're not answering my question. What about the compromise you all made with ideology to tie up with the Shiv Sena? Why should, as Praful Patel said, I am happy to tie up with the BJP, but you can tie up with Shiv Sena.
The ideology of the BJP is no longer an ideology. It is an ideology. E-D-logy. Because I will tell you, each and every one of those people who have left the party yesterday have been harassed over the last so many months and years. I can tell you by name each of them were being harassed. The point is, will they continue? Will the law take its own course? Or was this a misuse of the law to bring them and break the party? And my last point, Rajdeep, is this. If the BJP needs to constantly be in a break mode, needs to be in an election fighting mode, when will they govern the country? And if they claim that they are doing a very good governance and development and vikas, why do they need to do all this?
Okay.
Why do they need to
Okay, you made your point now, Samir.
Samir,
you made your point.
Why do they need to do all this?
Okay, I'll respond to that.
And that's the question about the opposition.
You made your point, Samir.
40 seconds to make my
sir, you made your point.
Is not breaking up. Let me just complete.
Rajdeep, you're being very indulgent with them and you interrupt me in every 10 seconds. I request you to be indulgent with me.
Let me speak. You've spoken a lot.
No, Rajdeep.
Samir Dalwai, you did not answer my central question. When you allied with the Shiv Sena, what was it? The fact is, it was opportunism then, it is opportunism today. No, 30 seconds. 1 minute, Mr. Pune.
This is not fair, but
he must answer his question. Do not interrupt.
Why are they coming together? Why are they coming together? Because what harm the BJP has done in the last 10 years, not only to the politicians, but also to the country, which is reflective of what's happening in the country, needs to be opposed. Yes, there will be differences. Why should there not be differences between parties? Are there no differences between Modi ji and Lal Krishna Advani? Are there no differences between people in the BJP? And what is wrong if there are differences? The problem is the current BJP wants a fascist and a one-person rule.
Okay, you made your point. Samir Dalwai, I have given you more than I have indulged you. You have to answer these questions. The general impression is, just a minute, you answer the simple question. General impression is BJP will now do anything for power by breaking opposition parties. Today it's Maharashtra, there is now talk of Bihar. Is this the way you want to govern the country, by breaking, finishing the opposition? Quick answer.
40 seconds, please.
Please go ahead.
You won't interrupt?
No.
All right. Rajdeep, in 1978, did we break the Congress party? Or did Sharad Pawar break it and ditched Vasant Dada Patil? In 1998, did we break the Congress party? Or Sharad Pawar ditched the Congress party and made NCP? Who broke the Congress party and formed TMC? Who broke the Congress party and formed YSRCP? Who formed the Congress party, say, BJD? Who broke from Congress A to Congress Z? Was it us? It is because when they feel that they are not getting power, then they dissipate from one another. So they should not tell us about breaking and not breaking. I have given you one example where the case is still on against Arnaik. But you know the cases. Lalu ka case kaise वापस होता था the moment they needed Lalu's support. Mulayam ka case kaise वापस होता था closure report होती थी the moment they needed the support. Those people are lecturing us about misuse of AD.
But you are doing the same thing as them then. You are a party with a difference.
Rajdeep, please don't interrupt in every time you are breaking my
are you a party with a difference?
Okay, now Rajdeep.
How are you a party with a difference?
Rajdeep, I don't need, then I can also question that the day when Uddhav Thackeray became chief minister, you had not tweeted, but yesterday the way you have tweeted, only a few days ago PM has described NCP as corrupt party, so and so, and now NCP has been inducted in the government. This you have tweeted yesterday. When Uddhav Thackeray became CM,
that is Sharad Pawar's quote.
When Uddhav, you have said that
I
you
have quoted Mr. Pawar. I have quoted Mr. Pawar. Please be very clear. I have quoted Mr. Pawar's statement.
Yes, I am saying that.
I have quoted what Mr. Pawar said. Do not mislead my viewers.
Exactly, I am saying that you have quoted his tweet and tweeted it.
Yes.
But on the day when Uddhav Thackeray became the chief minister, after ditching us and taking the mandate with us, what is the headline of India Today? Maha embarrassment for BJP. At that time, you did not remember to say that Sanjay Raut had said that those parties who put Bala Thackeray in jail should apologize. Bala Thackeray को तो चक्की पिसाई इन लोगों ने. हमने तो चक्की पिसिंग का डायलॉग दिया ना. इन्होंने तो चक्की पिसाई, कृष्ण रिपोर्ट बनाई. ये नासिर हुसैन सेकुलरिज्म के सूरमा बनते हैं. इन्होंने सबने कहा कि बाला साहब ठाकरे वाज बिहाइंड द राइट्स और उनके साथ गले मिल गए. तब आपके इस चैनल से एक भी हेडलाइन नहीं आया. तब इट वाज महा मास्टर स्ट्रोक. Now let me complete.
Now you must respond.
No, let me complete my point.
No, you made a very
last point.
You made a very good point. Let him respond.
No, I'll make one more good point. You hear that also. Rajdeep, he's saying UPA is getting stronger. अरे UPA का अंतिम संस्कार कर दिया. नाउ देयर इज पीडीए एंड कल एमवीए का अंतिम संस्कार हो गया. अरे भाई ना यूपीए बची है ना एमवीए बची है, ये बोले यूपीए बढ़ रहा है. पीडीए बना दिया अखिलेश यादव ने और एलओपी का पोजीशन दे रहे हैं एनसीपी को.
Okay.
शरद पवार फैक्शन को.
Very interesting. The fact is, even the NDA has got a lot of allies have left you. But Nasir Hussain,
17
one
parties
minute.
right now.
Yeah, okay. Nasir Hussain, you must answer this. It's very well to say that the BJP has compromised with corruption by doing what they have in Maharashtra. But remember when you tied up with the Shiv Sena, today you are sitting with Uddhav Thackeray in that meeting. Suddenly the Shiv Sena is now part of your grand secular Mahagathbandhan. The fact is, all of this is sadly opportunism and power politics, isn't it?
Rajiv, we are very, very clear. See, for us, the ideology is we need to keep this country intact. We need to see that there is no division in the country. We need to see that our Ganga Jamuna ki tehzeeb bani rahe. We need to see that fascist forces don't take the reins of power in our country. For that, we can go to any extent. See, Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, when they said they can work with the secular forces, when they said that they want to see that the BJP is kept out of power, obviously we will take them with us. See, any MP, any MLA, any individual in the country, if he or she wants to work against BJP, work against the fascist forces, work
So
against the
your
division of the
glue is
country.
bringing
If somebody wants to save
anti-BJP,
democracy,
anti-voting forces
save the
together.
constitution of the country, definitely will align with them.
Give me one line.
Okay, so anyone
We are
who's
not
going to
with
defeat
corrupt
the
forces. We are not
BJP...
saying these people are corrupt and taking them
One
and
line, just one line.
These are the honest
Rajdeep, I
people.
beseech you
No,
for one
let him
line.
finish. Okay,
No,
so
one
he
line,
said
just
they
one
will
line.
take
I
anyone
heard what he
along who
said.
wants to
I heard
defeat
what he
the
said.
BJP.
He said that to oppose, one second, now Rajdeep, please control him, let me make one line, just one line, I'll take 5 seconds. He said, Rajdeep, please control him, I requested him, Rajdeep. 5 seconds, I'll take 5 seconds.
Nasir,
5
Now
seconds.
it is a party. It is an
Rajdeep, let him
alliance of
finish, let him
18
finish and I'll come to
parties.
you.
It's an alliance of 18 parties. Parties who
Rajdeep,
left
this is
India,
not relevant, I have a
UPA.
counter to
I
make,
named
give me
them
5
up here.
seconds.
Let them show one addition to NDA.
Okay.
5 seconds.
And we are not taking
Rajdeep,
the help of
stop him.
EDI,
Let me make my point.
Volume
to
down,
see
yes.
that the
Yes.
Rajdeep, he just now said to stop fascist forces from destroying or the secular fabric of this country, we need to unite.
Yes.
BJP is fascist.
Yes.
India today is credible. Muslims voting rights should be revoked. Sanjay Raut, Sena leader. This is the fascism that they are stopping and this is the secularism they are saving. यार राजदीप ऐसा है, सुनिए मैं आपसे एक
हमाम
बात
में सब
नहीं
नंगे
हमाम में सब नहीं, don't get away with this Rajdeep.
नहीं,
Tonight
है.
I will not, no Rajdeep, don't shout over me. Tonight I will not let you get away with this convenient हमाम में सब नंगे हैं. On the one hand I have shown you that we have taken action on Sarnak and action will continue on all the corrupt. Don't put Modi ji in the same bracket as these people. Ask them how come they are allying with Nasir Hussain. According to Sanjay Raut, you should not have a voting right. Forget being in parliament. तुम उनके साथ गले मिलते हो और करप्शन का लेक्चर तुम दे रहे हो. जिनके नेता सारे बेल पर है. लालू जी 4 बार कन्विक्टेड है. This convenient analogy drawing ना हमाम में सब नंगे. राजदीप जी ये रात का गाना हो सकता है. ये रियलिटी नहीं है.
only BJP
उनके आज
spokesperson
के
can
व्यूज देखो,
राजदीप
उनके आज
भाई.
के ओपिनियंस देखो, उनके आज के ओपिनियंस देखो.
आज के opinion देखो.
Going with the common minimum program of the UPA or not?
They have
That is
taken a
what is
stand
more
on
important.
Hindutva, on Babri. They have taken a stand on Savarkar. They have taken a stand on Ram Mandir. What are you saying, sir?
Producer, अब समय आ गया है to say goodbye, but before that I want to thank my guests. That was very interesting. It only shows how our politics has got compromised, many would say. Was there a compromise with corruption in the manner in which the NCP was broken? Was there a compromise with communalism or with secularism when the tie-up with the Shiv Sena took place? You decide. The voter, ये public है, ये सब जानती है. अंदर क्या है, बाहर क्या है, सब कुछ पहचानती है. That's my song for the day. And I will leave you with a video as my end image of an elderly couple's incredible recreation of that lovely song, Rim Jhim Gire Sawan from the movie Manzil. It's gone viral on the internet, one of my favorite songs. That was Moshmi and Amitabh Bachchan. This is an elderly couple. Time to head back to Mumbai. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Rana is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing the meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asked me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said, Robin Rana knew he had great results, and he still priced the issue at a low amount, and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is, so far this year, going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's a sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested.
Powered by Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan. Extra Safe Polycab Green Wire.
The deadly Khalistan terror poster. Poster paints a target on top Indian diplomats. India red flags Khalistan terror poster in Canada.
I think there is a larger underlying issue about the space which is given to separatists, to extremists, to people who advocate violence. And I think it's not good for the relationship, and I think it's not good for Canada.
Earlier, Khalistan tableau depicted Indira Gandhi's assassination. India blames vote bank politics in Canada. Will the Justin Trudeau government act against state terror in Canada? That's our top focus on India First.
The Khalistan terror poster is both dangerous and sinister. It has names and photographs of top Indian diplomats, including India's High Commissioner to Canada. A direct threat to Indian diplomats by Khalistan terror backers in Canada, and the Justin Trudeau government is in the line of fire for inaction against terror supporters. India has repeatedly raised this issue with Canada, but the question remains, will the Canadian government act before it's too late? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you all sides of this burning question, but first, as always, the headlines on India First. War in the NCP intensifies. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew Ajit Pawar and 8 other rebels. Ajit Pawar declares he is the real NCP, but he needs at least 36 MLAs to evade anti-defection law. Maharashtra quake, tremors felt even in Bihar. State BJP president claims many MLAs are unhappy with Nitish Kumar. Round 2 of United Opposition meet that was to be held in Bengaluru now pushed to the 17th of July. Trouble mounts for former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Yadav's family. CBI files a charge sheet in the land for job scam. Lalu, Rabdi and Tejaswi named. Parliamentary panel on Uniform Civil Code meets in the national capital. BSP and Uddhav Sena back One Nation, One Law. Congress questions the timing. No bail for former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in the Liquorgate scandal. India has urged the Justin Trudeau government in Canada to ensure safety of Indian diplomats after Khalistan terror supporters released posters with photographs of Indian diplomats, including India's High Commissioner to Canada. The poster calls for a march to the Indian High Commission after the killing of Khalistan terror supporter Harjeet Nijjar in the parking lot of a Gurdwara in Surrey in the British Columbia on the 18th of June. The terror threat on the lives of Indian diplomats is on a new high in Canada and is our top focus story.
A Kill India poster in Canada. Poster puts out pictures of India's High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma and Consul General Apurva Srivastav. The Khalistan Freedom Rally poster paints a target on top Indian diplomats in Canada, calling them killers of dreaded Khalistan terror backer and wanted terror accused Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar. Jathedar Nijjar was on the National Investigation Agency's wanted list for terror attacks on Hindus in Punjab, carried a reward of rupees 10 lakhs on his head. The Ministry of External Affairs reached out to Canada to ensure safety of Indian diplomats in Canada. Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, made it clear that the issue would affect India's relations with Canada.
हमारे जो पार्टनर देश जो हैं जैसे कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रैडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है।
Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar, the former commander of Khalistan Tiger Force, was shot dead by unidentified shooters in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Surrey, British Columbia on the 18th of June. The police are on a lookout for the shooters. The poster, viral on social media platforms, talks of a freedom rally to the Indian High Commission in Ottawa to protest the killing. Canada has sadly emerged as a major base for Khalistan supporters, and the government stands accused of inaction against terror supporters. Dr. Jaishankar had recently accused the Justin Trudeau government of vote bank politics, not taking action against Khalistan supporters for votes.
How Canada has dealt with the Khalistani issue has been a long-standing concern, because very frankly they seem to be driven by vote bank politics, and their responses have all been, to the best of my understanding, actually constrained by what they regard as vote bank compulsions.
Veteran journalist and author Terry Milsky took to social media platform Twitter to hit out at Khalistan supporters for this dangerous poster, saying, "This is extremely dangerous. Khalistanis are whipping up anger, targeting Indian diplomats they call killers of Shaheed Hardeep Nijjar, shot in a mafia-style hit in Surrey, British Columbia on June 18. There is zero evidence of any Indian role. It's grossly irresponsible." Milsky is the author of Blood for Blood, 50 years of the Global Khalistan Project, and has repeatedly hit out at Khalistani supporters in Canada. Nijjar, of course, is not the first Khalistani supporter to be killed under suspicious circumstances in the recent past. Avtar Singh Khanda of the Khalistan Liberation Force died in a hospital in Birmingham on the 15th of June 2023. Paramjit Singh Panjwar of the Khalistan Commando Force was shot dead in Lahore on the 6th of May 2023. Before that, Ripundam Singh Malik, accused in the Air India 1985 bombing, was shot dead in Surrey, Canada on the 15th of July 2022. Harmeet Singh alias Happy PhD, a narco-terror accused, was shot dead at a Gurudwara in Lahore, Pakistan on the 27th of January 2020. India wants partner countries like the US, UK, Canada and Australia to take strong action against Khalistan terror accused and sympathizers, and ensure that these countries are not used by Khalistan terror supporters either to terrorize Indians overseas or carry out terror strikes against India. Bureau Report, India Today.
How dangerous is this Khalistan terror poster, and how serious is the threat to Indian diplomats in Canada? Joining me on India First is Terry Milsky, who is a senior journalist and author of Blood for Blood, 50 years of the Global Khalistan Project. Sir, good to have you with us. Also with me is Lieutenant Commander Harinder Singh Sikka, author and analyst who keeps a hawk eye on activities of Khalistan terror supporters. Sir, welcome on our show, but I want to begin by asking you, Mr. Milsky, what do you make of this poster painting a target on Indian diplomats and the immunity that Khalistan backers seem to enjoy in Canada?
I think this is going to be an inflection point in the increasingly bad relations between Canada and India. Surely this will, we have to hope that this will induce at the first instance a change in the Trudeau government, at least rhetorically. I mean, they can step out, they can denounce this behavior, they can make it clear loudly and publicly that threatening diplomats in this way is not acceptable and that permits should not be issued for rallies with this kind of purpose. However, whether the government will actually follow a rhetorical forward step with a step on the side of real action, that's less certain. The Prime Minister of Canada does not tell the police who to arrest or for what. Yes. Permits for rallies are given by municipal authorities. It would be up to the new mayor of Toronto, whose attitude to this is still unknown, to revoke a permit in view of what this poster says. It's clearly painting a target on the back of Indian diplomats. This cannot be accepted, particularly in view of the very sorry history in Canada of attacks on Indian diplomats and facilities. To start with, go back to 1984, the High Commissioner was attacked in Winnipeg with a mob wielding sticks. Yes. There have been invasions and attacks on Indian consulates in Toronto and in Vancouver in the past. They are clearly extremely hyped up. They're ready for violence, and it's got to be stopped. The government has got to step up quickly, soon. Now, I haven't seen anything yet today. It's still just Monday noon in Ottawa. What about the mayor of Toronto? Why are they not saying something?
Absolutely. That's a fair point.
Let's hear it.
That's a fair point you raise, and let me bring in Commander Sikka into this conversation. Canada, as Terry Milivsky has very correctly pointed out, is a repeat offender. Recently, there was a tableau that depicted the assassination of late Indira Gandhi at a parade of Khalistanis in Canada. Assassination of a head of government being glorified by another Commonwealth country that calls itself a liberal democracy. Isn't that awkward? Isn't that odd? Or is there something more to it that meets the eye, sir?
You see, Canada, to start with, is a known peaceful country, lovable country, democratic country. It must understand the consequences of these people who are parading themselves and showing that as if it is the clearance of the Canadian government. Now they are enjoying free speech. Free speech people unfortunately are enjoying in my country also. Not too far past, Rahul Gandhi spewed venom against our Prime Minister in US, and he does it all the time in India. What is missing over here is that these people, the so-called Khalistanis, first of all, let me tell you, I'm a Sikh, and I can vouch for it that majority means over 95% Sikhs in India are die-hard Sikhs, Indians. They understand and are aware of the fact that Guru Nanak to Guru Gobind Singh Ji stood for Hindustan.
Doubt, the patriotism of our brothers not in doubt. But these Khalistani elements, why is the Trudeau government not acting against them? But before I come back to you for more on this, I want you to listen in to Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, on the tableau. India was shocked. India was pained. There were angry reactions even in Canada. Listen in.
The bigger issue involved is really the space that Canada has continuously and frankly to us, we are at a loss to understand, other than the requirements of vote bank politics, why anybody would do this. Because if you look at their history, I mean, you would imagine that they learn by the history and they wouldn't like to repeat their history. It isn't only one incident, however egregious it may be. I think there is a larger underlying issue about the space which is given to separatists, to extremists, to people who advocate violence. And I think it's not good for the relationship, and I think it's not good for Canada.
Terry Milivsky, is there merit in Dr. Jaishankar saying that this is vote bank politics? How do you explain the activities of Khalistan terror backers in Canada? And over decades, you have chronicled it for decades, sir.
Well, he's right. This is the principal reason why Canadian governments of all parties have behaved in this sort of supine way. They just roll over and say nothing because of vote bank politics. So there's no question. But that's not all there is to it. Remember that this is a democracy that cherishes freedom of speech. Canada, no more than any other Western democracy, they're not going to abolish freedom of speech because it might be diplomatically convenient, because India might like it better if we shut these people up, lock them up for crimes of speech. That isn't going to happen. Indian diplomats, I think, are becoming more sophisticated and need to be more sophisticated in picking their spots. Instead of attacking freedom of speech, which is going to get you nowhere, you need to hold Canadian ministers' feet to the fire and say, look, you want to come to a growing India and get a market access in India. You want free trade agreement. We're not going to receive your ministers unless they explicitly and publicly denounce this sort of behavior by the Khalistanis. You cannot have threats against diplomats. And if you don't act against things, if you don't at least speak against incidents like the celebration of the assassination of Indira Gandhi, which happened recently in Toronto. If you don't speak up, we're going to be busy that day when you come knocking on our door. You're going to have to send somebody who has got more guts. Now, that is going to work. There is a history on that score, and I think that would have an effect. If they don't even react rhetorically, never mind taking action, never mind locking them up, then they're going to get nowhere.
Because clearly this tableau of showing the assassination of Indira Gandhi cannot be seen as free speech, or that poster that paints a target on the backs of top Indian diplomats. That's not free speech. That's hate. That's hate, naked hate. Commander Sikka, Khalistanis are active in Pakistan. Khalistanis are active in UK. Khalistanis are active in other parts of Europe and US, even in Australia. But why is Canada seen as one huge safe haven for them?
There's a reason behind it. You know, very large number of people from Punjab, post Blue Star and 1984 attack on Sikhs, which was a genocide, people moved to Canada. And then there was a wave of farmers moving out to Canada. And when they shift there, the initial settlement and support and facilitation and felicitation and whatever it is, you may call it, is given to them by those handful. In those days, those number was more majority of Pakistanis turned Sikhs artificially and otherwise, who were giving it to them, and they were pumping into their minds. And also it happened that the gurudwaras, which are supposed to be meant for the pictures of gurus,
yes,
they were donning the pictures of these Khalistanis, and that is something which was not acceptable.
Yes.
Now there is a solution to this available, and I recently had a meeting with one of the top-notch diplomats from Canada, and I said that if all you need to do is those violating the code of conduct or your laws, or for that matter that they're showing threats and violence, all you need to do is cancel their asylum visa. Just cancel 5 or 10 of the top-notch guys. The
Yes.
rest will be sorted out.
But will they
This
do that?
matter was
You know,
heard
given the
very
vote bank politics,
carefully.
if they are big voters for these leaders, because Terry Milevsky, this isn't a recent trend. You have written in your book that late Indira Gandhi had also raised this issue. Was it in 1982 about Khalistan terror backers flourishing in Canada? And that time the Prime Minister was Pierre Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's father. So why is Canada such a safe haven for Khalistan terrorists? And for decades, Indira Gandhi raised this in 1982.
Because nobody, including the government of India, has really imposed a cost on them. Nobody has said to the Canadians, right, you want to let them get away with this? You want them to be allowed, it's okay to have Vaisakhi Day parades where we see these martyr posters of gun-toting Sikh terrorists and assassins? And we're going to come to your parade and smile and wave for votes. You know, that has got to change. I mean, at the moment, Canadian politicians do absolutely nothing about that. They don't even speak up about it. The government of Justin Trudeau now depends upon the goodwill of the minority NDP party, the left-wing party led
Jagmeet
by
Singh,
Jagmeet Singh, who is a Khalistani sympathizer. When I asked him to denounce these posters in the case of Talvinder Singh Parmar, the worst mass murderer in Canadian history, who blew up Air India Flight 182 in 1985, he ducked the question 5 times in a row. Wouldn't answer. Took him 5 months to even admit that Parmar was indeed the Air India bomber. So this has got to change, and there has to be a cost imposed upon politicians who go to these parades and smile and wave and hustle for votes, pretending that, oh, I didn't see the martyr posters. I've got a problem seeing that. Or I have a meeting, I can't talk about it. You know, they have got to pay a price. And it's this rhetorical change that I think would make a difference. I do not advocate the abolition of freedom of speech.
No, absolutely not.
But politicians also have freedom of speech, and they can and must denounce these activities loudly and publicly. They're not doing it yet.
They're not doing it yet. And Commander Sikka, how do you explain the killing of Khalistani terrorists both in Canada and in Pakistan? And we've put out their entire list, that we've been able to get together from public platforms. But in your appreciation, were they beyond their use by date and no longer useful to Pakistan's ISI?
You see, Pakistan is known for these acts of covert operations and what have you. It's not the first time they have done it. It won't be last either. Now, this terror attack or this particular killing must have been planned in order to incite those Sikhs who will be told that, oh, it happened because of this reason or that reason, or perhaps even India did it, which is not the fact. The problem is as simple as that Pakistan thinks that by creating this, they can be earning more money or revenue which will come from Khalistanis, and Sikhs abroad who are filthily rich, many of them, think that it is their business to spread the word Khalistan, and that's perhaps a very wonderful thing for them, or it gains them or gets them more votes from people who live in. If we create awareness, and if we take them back to what the gurus, the Sikh gurus to whom we belong to and follow so meticulously, if we tell them time and again that this is what we were taught, this is what Khalistanis are not, and this is what Sikhs are, and this is what Guru Nanak Ji to Guru Gobind Singh Ji taught, and this is what not Khalistanis are doing. You create this awareness right from word go on the various digital channels. It is not happening.
No, you're absolutely right.
And
they must learn about Sikhi, the sacrifices.
It's the traitors within our country.
Yes, the sacrifices made by the Sikh gurus from the 5th Sikh Guru, Guru Arjan Dev, absolutely, to Guru Har Gobind Singh, to Guru Tegh Bahadur, to Guru Gobind Singh Ji, and Banda Singh Bahadur. Look at all the sacrifices made by the Sikh gurus and their followers for this country against radical Islamists, and yet you have the Khalistanis in the lap of radical Islamists. But Terry Milevsky, last 1 minute on the show, on this part of the show, sir. Seeks for Justice, for example, is outlawed in India. It flourishes in Canada and continues with its fake referendums. The organization stands accused of being linked to an RPG attack in our country. Now, again, is this only because of Justin Trudeau needing Jagmeet Singh's New Democratic Party? Is there any other reason why political leaders don't act against Khalistani terrorists and their supporters in Canada?
Well, let me just inject one little ray of light. At the moment, the reason that you're calling, and the reason we're in a bit of a crisis in terms of bilateral relations with India and Canada right now is because of these offensive posters threatening, in effect, Indian diplomats. Remember, what lies behind this is propaganda from SFJ and from many others to the effect that this is a fact that India did it. That these people, these figures, these militants, Khalistanis, that they were murdered by the government of India. Modi sent hit squads, this kind of thing. There is no evidence to support that whatsoever, but rather soon, I suspect, I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect that there will be police findings that actually That's not the explanation. It wasn't India that done it.
Okay.
It was a local gangland squabble.
Okay.
A grubby, squalid local gangland dispute and a revenge killing, which has nothing to do with the government of India.
We
Now,
will track that story
maybe
very, very
I don't
closely.
know. I don't know.
Yes.
We'll find out soon.
We will. For joining me here on India First, gentlemen, many thanks. I want to shift focus to the other big story. The threat of radical Islamists. It's a cause for concern even in France, a country that's burning for 6 days and nights and counting. Riots and loot continue in various parts of France after targeting public transport, offices, libraries, training centers. Rioters have also attacked the home of the mayor of a suburb of Paris. The question now being asked across France and the world is, how is looting a Louis Vuitton store or an Apple store or a Nike store fighting for liberty and justice for all?
France continues to burn for almost a week now. Riots on roads, loot of luxury stores, and a police force unable to put a stop to deteriorating law and order. Protests spread from Paris suburbs to Marseille city, witnessing confrontations with the police. Rioters also targeted the home of Paris suburb mayor Vincent Jean-Brun, setting the car alight and launched fireworks at his wife and young children aged 5 and 7. The family were forced to take flight through the backyard, and the mayor said his wife had a broken leg and faced a 3-month rehabilitation. French investigators were seen on the site as remnants of the burnt car reflected aftermath of the mob arson at mayor's residence.
Il n'y a aucun doute sur le fait qu'ils voulaient brûler la maison, et de fait, à partir du moment où ils ont compris qu'il y avait quelqu'un à l'intérieur parce que des lumières se sont allumées, loin d'arrêter, au contraire, ils ont déclenché une salve de tirs de mortier qui était complètement folle.
At the city's landmark, Champs-Élysées, police reasserted authority with heavy deployment, managed to avoid looting from the premium fashion houses that line this grand thoroughfare. Dozens of arrests were made in this area. President Emmanuel Macron postponed a state visit to Germany because of ongoing turmoil. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, speaking to ARD television, said they were closely watching the unrest in France and are confident that Macron would successfully calm the situation. As the government aims to take control of this unprecedented riot, the world watches the chaos that had gripped France over the death of a teenager. Bureau Report.
We will continue to track developments on the story very closely. That is all I have time for on India First this evening. Coming up next, Business Today with Sakshi Batra. Stay with us.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome.